All right. I don't think I have to wait for the counter to appear, even though it's appeared. Welcome, Huge Movie Fanatics Radio, for this January 13th, 2022. Had a little bit of a rough show last week, two-parter because of static. Let's hope for no static this week. Otherwise, other than that, I guess it was a pretty kind of fun show with the old Skype calls from Will Powell and Matthew Heagerty of YouTube. Kind of fun. Not a whole lot on my mind this week. Just hoping for people to show up and start dictating the conversation in chat. I'm seeing a possible listener. Welcome, possible listener. I guess until people start blabbing in chat, I could just say some of the. Looks like we got C Snap. C Snap says, "Hey Nate, welcome C Snap." What's on C Snap's mind? I really do appreciate it when people show up like right at the show's start. I must say that it's not an expectation, obviously, or a requirement, but it's definitely appreciated when it does happen. What's on C Snap's mind? Anything? Well, besides huge movie fanatics radio. Let's see here. What I was gonna say before he said, "Hey Nate," was it's just been announced. I'm gonna do a separate little short video about this, but they're gonna re-release Screams of a Winter Night on Blu-ray. That thing came out on Code Red and then like went out of print or whatever, and I paid I don't know, 40 plus for it on eBay. It was worth it. I think the Blu-ray of that is amazing. I'm a big fan of that movie, so it wasn't a big deal. But now people who don't want to pay that kind of money for Screams of a Winter Night on Blu-ray are going to have that opportunity to own it for hopefully like $20 or something. So it's going to be like The Forest last year, where Code Red and Associate, distributed by Kino Lorber. Wade Wilson's here as well early. Thank you very much. I'm seeing a hitchhiker. Thanks for that as well. Wade says Hulk Hogan has a certain theory that Bob what yeah, okay. I'm not even going to read that out loud. Well, that's interesting. C Snap says, "Hey Wade." Yeah, all I'll say to your comment is, yeah, people get triggered to anything these days, don't they? So, C-Snap, you probably noticed that we've been doing Skype calls on this show. Do you have any interest in doing, actually calling in and doing a Skype talk like Will Powell and Matthew Heagerty's been doing? Wade doesn't want to. Dang, Wade's got some news about YouTube being crap to him. Sorry to hear it, Wade. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost not worth it to go on YouTube and put out your thoughts about certain things. It's just draws trouble your way. C-Snap says, I actually don't have Skype, Nate. Well, I didn't have it until I got it. I don't want to pressure anyone into getting it, but I think that's an answer. All right, that's fair. Fair, C-Snap. Oh, okay. He says, but if I manage to get it soon, I will. Yeah, you can teach me that Irish accent. Yeah, it's I don't want to be a bully or pressure people. Obviously, it's people's choice. Obviously, if people don't want to do it, they don't want to do it. It's just kind of fun, just kind of a new thing that arose. I think on was it the Nate and Beth show, the last Nate and Beth show. We tested it out with Matthew Haggerty, and it kind of worked pretty fun. And it's just a new way to or a new element of the show and a way to make the show even more like an actual radio show with calls, if you will. Kind of fun. C Snap says, ha ha ha. Yeah, obviously don't want to pressure anyone into doing stuff they wouldn't ordinarily do on their own. So But having said that, everyone download Skype and call me right now. Wade Wilson doesn't want to, and neither does Gary Page. Gary says he's got some kind of a whiny voice or something like that. Summerhill Cinema 700 said he'd be interested, but I try not to push people. I figure if they want to Skype talk, they'll let me know. Wade says he's been watching the Austin Powers movie recently. He watched it on Laserdisc, and then he watched part 2 and part of the third film. Definitely, I think the second film is the best. Yeah, personally, I'm not a big Austin Powers fan. I'm pretty sure I've seen the first one. I'm not so sure I've seen anything past that. I'm not the biggest Austin Powers fan myself. Some of the comedy movies and stuff that are, I don't know. Comedy to me is there's so many minute small variables to comedy, and for me, I'm really picky about my comedy. So I've always been kind of the mindset of really not giving Austin Powers a chance, because it's kind of like, for me, when everyone likes something, it's like, fuck it. If everyone likes it, I mean, I don't want to like it too, because what would that say about me? Yeah, that's true. C-Snap says Mike Myers seemed to have vanished. Well, that happens every November 1st. Yeah, Mike Myers was a big name and a face for a while there, and it's interesting how someone can be so dominant in the media and then they just fall off the face of the earth like they never existed. Wade says I should see the second one. It has a lot of great music from the late 60s time period. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because those movies are kind of like parodying James Bond stuff, and the Bond movies started in the 60s. Well, that's cool to know. C-Snap said I wasn't a fan of Wayne's World either. Yeah, exactly. I was 14 when that came out, and everyone like in high school and just it was all about Wayne's World. And it's funny for me, like ever since I was a kid, like it was just like if everyone's all into something, well, I guess this kind of mostly pertained to comedies. But if someone was all into like some big comedy movie, I just had no interest in it. But I did end up seeing Wayne's World later on, years later, and enjoy it for what it is. But a lot of yeah, I mean, a lot of what I call, these movies are what I call corporate comedies. It's kind of like I'm not a big fan of like the Saturday Night Live stuff. To me, comedy is, as I said, I'm very picky about comedy. CSNAP says, yeah, I thought it was a yawn fest, probably referring to Wayne's World. Wade says they probably want Chris Tucker and Michael Myers to say something bad about. Okay. Read his comment if you want to know the rest of what he says. Oh God. You might have a point there, Wade. Well, once again, wanted to thank everyone for showing up at show start. That's very cool. It does get, I don't know. I guess it's an interesting challenge, but it does get kind of annoying to just sit and try to talk to myself for 15 minutes or 20 minutes until people show up. Should we see if I can put a little candy cane and do the show at the same time? Yeah, I'm going to play it safe and not read Wade's question. I'll basically just summarize it by saying Hollywood is evil, but not everyone wants to be a part of the hive mentality. Well, most people do, but not everyone. CSNAP says only good, but was seeing Robert Patrick as the. Oh, maybe he means only good thing about Wayne's World was seeing Robert Patrick show up as a T-1000 in a cameo. He did that in Wayne's World, correct? Yeah, because then he did it in At Last Action Hero. He just came out of the police station alongside Sharon Stone standing there lighting a cigarette. Yeah, I think I can remember that. Well, honestly, I kinda think that stupid part about, like, just product placement, that was kind of fun too. It's funny how it was making fun of product placement at the same time doing product placement, really interesting. But see, I can't remember the Wayne's World thing was on Saturday Night Live, I think. So when the first movie came out, I mean, I didn't watch Saturday Night I never watched Saturday Night Live. I mean, I've seen some skits, maybe reruns and stuff from the early years of the show, but, um so, I mean, I didn't even know the concept of Wayne's World when the movie came out, and apparently it'd been some I don't know, I still don't know the history, but some, long running thing, or maybe not even that long on Saturday Night Live or whatever, a skit that they do. Wade says the Batman looks like it'll be a great film for what he's seen of the trailer. Hopefully, the best parts of the movie isn't in the trailer. I hate when movies spoil most of the movie in the trailer. It's like, why bother watching the movie if I can see it all, or the highlights in the trailer? Exactly. Well, they want you to see the movie because they want your money. Yeah, like I said last week, I mean, having seen, being old enough where I saw the first Michael Keaton Batman in the theater, I'm just kind of Batmaned out. They've just rebooted that character so much. I'm just like, oh my God, I'm kind of, I mean, I'll see it on Blu-ray probably at some point, but, and honestly, I don't necessarily love the kind of darker aspect of it, or whatever, as far as like emo Bruce Wayne or whatever, but yeah, not a big deal. Oh, and other news, I got that, I'll be doing a video about it at some point. I got that Friday the 13th, Ultimate Cut CD soundtrack, which is mostly is both goods and bads about it. Mostly goods. There's some bads that are kind of frustrating. Not huge things I expected, like, if it's remixed, it's gonna have certain elements that come through that you've never heard before, which kinda makes, it's just like, well, that's not how it should sound, because it's not how it sounded for the last 40 years, and now that sounds there, um, but on the whole, it's a release that, I'm glad I got, and it was really cool to hear. I'll do a separate video or a review about it, but it's really cool to hear the additional cues that were not heard in the movie or up until this point at all. That was really cool. That was the best part about it. Pretty much the reason I got it. CSAP says Dana Carvey started off in Blue Thunder, that helicopter show. Yeah, I got that on DVD. CSAP says, yeah, Batman looks pretty decent. You can't believe how different Colin Farrell looks as the Penguin. Yeah, I can't say I can remember what he looks like in the trailer, but not paying huge attention. Oh, in other news, I saw this is kind of funny. There's just clips that pop up, whether they're authorized or unauthorized, from Ghostbusters Afterlife on YouTube as the days go on, and saw a little bit of the end battle. And but before the movie even comes out, I'm going to see it all just in clips. But saw a little bit of the end battle with the three original guys, and now I see what people were talking about. Now yeah. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, I expect to kind of be like I expect to be like, in regards to Afterlife, I expect to kind of like it. It's for me, it's probably going to be like a love hate thing. It might be like, if I were to guess based on what I've seen of it so far, I'll probably end up going like 2 stars out of 4 stars. I'm not, yeah. That's because, I'm really keeping my expectations low and stuff, and so there. Wade says he did not like Ghostbusters Afterlife, but his dad did. he felt like it was kids dressed up in Ghostbusters for Halloween, wanted it to just be the original Ghostbusters with just original cast. Yeah, I can understand that, but I guess I don't know. You can, I guess, partly understand the studio not wanting to do a movie about these. I don't even know how old them guys are. God, are they in their 70s, the original guys now? It's just like, I guess on one hand, you can understand Hollywood not wanting to do a movie full of nothing but the main stars being the 70-year old guys from the first movie, as much as a lot of us, me included, would just as soon see that. But I hear you. I'm right with you on that, Wade. C-Snap has no enthusiasm for Afterlife, or maybe he just means Ghostbusters in general. To him, it's just the original first movie. That's it. Yeah, I was never a big fan of the second one. I thought the second one, I think by the time they put it out, I don't think people really even cared about Ghostbusters anymore. It was a little late, and as a movie itself, I never really cared much for Ghostbusters too. So I'm kind of in the same boat. For me, it's almost like just the first movie exists and nothing else really. Wade says he enjoyed Ghostbusters 1 and 2. C Snap says Bill Murray is 72. I will say, in that little bit of clips and stuff I saw from the end with the original three guys doing their, and in their stuff, outfits and stuff. That was cool, you know, and a little bit of goosebumpy situation there, definitely, and stuff. So obviously, after the 1st of February, sometime I'll be coming at you with my Afterlife review. I'm just gonna blind buy the Blu-ray. I don't care what people say. Wade says, I know some people did not like Ghostbusters 2. You can include me in that camp, Wade. I mean, there's things about it that are funny and stuff, but yeah, I just felt like, I mean, the problem is it's hard to top the first one. I mean, that's the problem. C Snap says he didn't like part two, saw it once, that was enough. Yeah, the only thing I thought was kind of cool was using the NES controller to control Statue of Liberty at the end. But one thing I didn't like about it at all was didn't Sigourney Weaver's character have like a baby? I just even since I was a kid, I can't. Babies to me aren't cute. I don't want to watch movies with babies as big characters and big parts of movies. Basing movies and scenes in movies around a baby is just like. And from what I remember, it's like, Bill Murray and Sigourney Weaver at the end of the first one were all lovey-dovey, and then, like, the baby in Ghostbusters too, I don't think it's even Bill Murray's. It's like they're not even together, which is yeah, the Ghostbusters 2 never mostly because of the baby, honestly, but other elements too I never liked about Ghostbusters and stuff, or Ghostbusters 2. Wade says, "Did I release my review of Slumber Party Massacre 2? I probably just liked Ghostbusters 2 because it has the original cast back." Yeah, it's kind of a weird. What's that mean? Slumber Party Massacre 2. Do you mean the the remake or what? Oh, that's what. Okay, he said, yeah. Um, like I say, I recorded that weeks ago, but that movie just left such a horrible taste in my mouth. It's like I don't want to even acknowledge it exists in the official capacity of putting up a review about it. I'm afraid. I mean, just based on that, everyone should know how I feel about it. I mean, it's travesty. So I don't know what else. I don't know if that's ever going to go up. I mean, what else do you need to know how I feel about it other than it's a travesty? And uh, the idea of that Slumber Party remake or whatever the hell you want to call it is just so disheartening. I I didn't even want to upload the review. But yeah, what else do you need to know about my thoughts about it? Sucks. I will say, it actually started like the first scene, it started like it had promise, but then oh my god, it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. So that's my thoughts on Slumber Party. Ugh. We'll just say the most recent Slumber Party, because even when I say Slumber Party remake, that makes me almost ill to even say that out loud. C-Snap says, anyone like the Tombs of the Blind Dead movies? They're Spanish horror movies, great atmosphere in them. He's got the Coffin box set with the 4 movies in it. I can't even say I've necessarily heard of them. So that's my answer. What about Wade? It's funny how it says there's one listener when there's 2 of you, unless Wade bailed. C-Snap says, oh man, he's disappointed in me. Wade says, I've seen them in the past but forgot about them. So are we talking, are they from the 70s or? Wade says he watches so many movies. Can I let me look. Oh boy, technology. Okay, so I can just copy and paste the title, and he wants me to. Okay, 72. He says, Nate, search those. He reckons I might like them. Late 60s. Okay, yeah. So right here, I've got Tombs of the Blind Dead, PG. That's not promising. 1972 horror mystery. So there's 4 of these. Are they like um called different things? Or let me click on images here and see. Oh yeah. Okay, that looks like Italian zombies. Yeah, those are probably fun. Tombs of the Blind Dead. Just seeing images there. He says the third one is called Night of the Seagulls. That sounds so threatening. Killer seagulls. So the first 2 are called the same thing, or? Yeah, I'm clicking through pictures and seeing the all-important scantily clad women, and the zombies or the dead or whatever look kind of fun, like Italian dead movies. Okay. Anyone know where anyone can see any of these for free? Thanks for the heads up about the existence of these. Look kind of fun. C-Snap says the director is highly regarded by all the horror master directors. Tombs of the Blind Dead. Got some dead image here of the dead carrying some woman in a nightwear. Yikes. Image here is some woman tied up on some thingy with dead, I don't know if they're dead people or just guys in robes standing around with torches. Might be too scary for me. C-Snap says I gotta branch out and watch foreign and old cult titles, not just 80s slashers. Well, I do, but maybe they don't leave as much of an impression on me where I'm constantly talking about them. I think I see more different stuff than people think I do. I just don't talk about the other stuff, I guess. There was a period in my late teens, early 20s when I was going foreign movie crazy. Oh, Wade asks, when will I watch Friday the 13th TV series? Yeah, I don't know. When I guess if I ever get around to it. I'm gonna use a mini candy cane, and so I'll see if I can do the show with the mini candy cane. It's funny when people get so insistent that I watch what they want me to watch. Let's go look on whoops. See what the Blu-ray, not Blu-ray, DVD set of that show is going for. If I can. Right. Okay, well. Oh, here it is. Oh, wow. Looks like you can get the complete series DVD for $29. Wade says, my girlfriend recommended to you, didn't she? Or did I mishear in the other radio show? I don't know how, I can't remember who, yeah, it seems to me I remember that same thing. I don't know if she recommended, but I think maybe she said she liked it or used to watch it and liked it. And then I remember joking to her, well, if you gifted it to me, we could watch it. Yeah, I keep forgetting about it, if I'm being completely honest. I guess I could, too, so I don't forget about it, I could throw this in my cart. It's only $29. So if it makes you feel any better, let's see here. Oh, wait, I didn't add it to the cart yet. It's in the cart. That's one step closer to seeing it. She-Snap asks if I'm a fan of The Changeling. George C. Scott, a great supernatural horror movie. Yeah, I think I got that on DVD for $3 years ago, and I watched it and liked it. I think my complaint with it at the time, or my general overall complaint with it, was kind of depressing. But I remember thinking that it was well done. Like once you get past the depressing aspect of it, I remember it being, yeah, I think it's like, 70s or late 70s or early 80s charm to it. So, yeah, I can agree with Changeling being good and just depressing. Yeah, Wade has a good point. He says I should probably watch an episode or two on YouTube or other website before going through with purchase, just so you know if it's the type of show you'd feel like you'd be entertained by. That's true. CSEP says, yeah, it's a bit Changeling's a bit depressing, but great atmosphere. 1980. Yeah, I can remember liking the atmosphere, but for me, the depressingness of it kind of overshadowed everything. CSAP says he loves George C. Scott. He was great in Exorcist 3. Yeah, oh my God. He was so great. And I loved the character of him in Exorcist 3. He was just so grumpy and oh my God. Not that I give a rat's ass for one fucking second about Oscars and Academy Awards and shit. But talk about if I cared about awards for movies and acting in movies, talk about award time for him in that movie. That movie's just so fucking great, and yeah, he was so great in that movie. He's just like, I love how he's just so ornery and like at the brink of tipping at moment to moment. CSAP says that scene made me jump out of my chair. Which one are we talking about? Probably the one where that cloaked figure comes out of the room with the head shears. Wade says, "What's up with Exorcist 2? Everyone says it's horrid. He's only really seen or remember the first Exorcist since I currently own 2 copies of the movie. He's already owned the movie. My sister gave me her copy of it too." Well, I mean, I think most people are kind of in agreement that, I mean, Exorcist 2 is hugely inferior to the first movie, and the only thing I like about it is just seeing like having the character of Reagan back, but when ultimately there's no point to have Reagan back other than just to have her back. Um, I guess I kind of agree with the majority that thinks Exorcist 2 is kind of a failed sequel, and my personal opinion is that Exorcist 3 is the true sequel to Exorcist. I mean, it's nice seeing. I don't know how old she is in Exorcist 2, so I don't know if this is me being a perv. Well, I guess I can just say it's nice seeing Linda Blair back in the role, but there's really no point to have her come back. Haven't you watched it? C-Snap says, I think talking about Exorcist 3, yeah, it's so underrated. I love that film. I think I guessed, yeah, he says, yep, that's the one. Guess the moment that made him jump out of his seat. That that movie is probably, yeah, if one was going to do a list of the most underrated movies I can ever think of, that's definitely one. Exorcist 3 is really, really, really great, and possibly even better than the first movie. Snap says Exorcist 2 is notoriously bad. Great making of on YouTube telling about how many problems they had with it. Um, oh, I think he says Exorcist 3 is really part 2. The soundtrack for Exorcist 2 was quite good. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Ennio Morricone. Right. Yeah, that's one of the only, like, so seeing an older, more developed Linda Blair and the music in Exorcist 2 were a couple of the only good things about it. Plus, seeing that woman from Cuckoo's Nest, I can't remember her name right now, but she was kind of good in it or whatever. But seeing the more developed Linda Blair and the music was good, yeah. So we're in agreement there. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the ornery George C. Scott scenes in Exorcist 3. So great. There's that one scene where he's like, he almost has this breakdown. I just love it. He's like, "Will everyone just shut up?" or whatever. C-Snap says, if you like Exorcist 3, check out Peter Blatty's The Ninth Configuration. Very similar atmosphere, strange movie, but enjoyable. I actually did watch that last spring. It was on, might still be, but it was on Prime. I just never talked about it. But yeah, just like with the humor, which is a big thing that I really love about Exorcist 3, the same exact kind of humor is in The Ninth Configuration. And yeah, I did think that was interesting. Probably, yeah, probably really need to. I only watched it once last year. Almost probably need to look at it again, but I think you had recommended it, last winter, so I did end up seeing it in this last spring, and that is in fact good. I love his humor. His humor. See, back when we were talking about corporate comedies and stuff, and Wayne's World and all this and that, I love that William Peter Blatty humor. Future Boy's here. Welcome, Future Boy. C-Snap says George C. is playing the role of Lee J. Cobb's character from the first one. As you are aware, they were great friends in real life. George was the perfect choice to replace him. Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, it's one of the rare instances where someone who takes over for someone who portrayed that character previously actually, in my opinion, does it better. But the character is a little different, though. In the first one, he's just more subdued, and possibly one of my criticisms from 1 to 3 regarding that character would be, of course, if it's later on, it's decades later or whatever, so maybe he got more grumpy as he aged, I guess you could say. Well, here's a good question. Wade says, if only one movie could exist out of these two, which one would you go with, Friday the 13th or Halloween? He personally would go with Friday the 13th, but he probably have always been more of a Jason fan. Yeah, obviously, I'd say anyone who knows anything about me or the channel would know my answer to that. Like in my winter studio, are there Halloween posters plastered in the background? Yeah, definitely Friday the 13th. And what I think so interesting about it is, it can be said, fair, it can be a fair thing to say would be, that Friday the 13th was made to was one of the many films that were made after Halloween, made to capitalize and capitalize in on and get a chunk of the action, as it were, the money that Halloween made. So it was kind of a movie to try to copy what Halloween did. And I said this before, I think in my review of the movie, is that I think Friday the 13th not only did what Halloween did, but did it much better. But I'm biased because, of the atmosphere it takes place in, like the wooded, desolate summer camp lake atmosphere, which is an environment I prefer much more to like, suburbs and stuff in a movie. So there's elements about it that I like more than the elements in the Halloween, but I do regard Friday the 13th as just the superior movie to Halloween, and obviously that's fighting words to Halloween fans, and obviously just the music is just beyond classic. I mean, obviously the same can be said for Halloween, but yeah, obviously Friday the 13th wins that battle. Wade says he also really liked Pamela Voorhees' character in the movie. Yeah. Yep. Exactly, and what a great twist, for people seeing it for the first time back when it came out. And I guess if there's anyone by chance listening to this who hasn't seen it, I guess I won't ruin it. But I'm pretty sure most people know the twist I'm referring to. But yeah, as I gushed about in my fan commentary of Friday the 13th. I mean, pretty much second to second, with the exception of the snake being killed for real on camera. Pretty much every second of that movie I just love. And the same definitely can't be said for Halloween. Thank you for the question, Wade. Wade Wilson says they really killed a snake in the movie. Well, haven't you seen the movie? Uh-oh. Wade's got a surprised face. Yeah, don't you remember when the snake was in Alice's cabin and everyone came charging in and Bill with the machete and stuff? Yeah, they chopped it into 3 pieces right on camera. Oh, Wade thought it was a rubber snake. No, it looks to be a real snake. Uh-oh. I ruined Wade's life. No, it's squirming around after it's chopped in half. I mean, I don't think that can be a rubber snake. That face he made for the surprise face was funny. Future Boy says the Ghostbusters and the Godfather Blu-ray/4K sets coming up are way overpriced. They already released those movies a much cheaper and same transfer versions, Blu-ray sets, not 4K. Who cares? His opinion. Yeah, if you, I imagine you're referring to that the deluxe package that comes in like the Ghost Trap packaging or whatever. Yeah, I would agree about that being overpriced. But I think there's one that also contains like Ghostbusters 1, 2, and Afterlife, which um is more reasonably priced. But in regards to that super collection, yeah, I completely agree. They're trying to really um siphon the money out of the fans with that release. And I think some of the big selling points are that like preview cut or whatever of Ghostbusters that's laughably like I think in standard definition and stuff like that. So I agree about that. Looks like Matthew Heagerty's in the house. He just woke up not long ago. Welcome, Matthew Heagerty. CSnap says, like Romancing the Stone, didn't they machete the snake also in the drug plane? Yeah, I can't say I remember Romancing the Stone if I've even ever seen it. But it very well very well may have. Future Boy says the internet blowing their load over those releases. We're talking about Ghostbuster Blu-ray releases. Yeah. So basically what they're doing with that grand collection is basically just, people making people pay whatever it is, $100 just to see that early cut of the first film or whatever, when it'll probably just show up on YouTube anyway. But I'm not so much of a Ghostbusters fan where I care about, most likely inferior early preview cut of that movie anyway. I mean, most likely if you watch it, you're gonna be like, "Oh, yeah, well, I can understand why that's cut. I can understand why that's cut. I can understand why that's cut." And plus, like, the standard definition quality, it's like, who even wants to see it in that quality? If you're still with us, Matt, how's your week been and what's on your mind? Oh, Matt says, anyone seen Scream 5 yet? No, I haven't. It's not out yet, is it? Oh, okay. Matt says it's getting mixed reviews. Matt is in an all caps mood. Oh, he's out of it now. He says it comes out today, I believe. C Snap says not a Scream fan himself. Well, here's a question for Matt. I should have asked this last week, but what did you think of Scream 4? Because I wasn't. That's probably one of the reasons I'm not um, excited, crazy excited to see 5 because I didn't think necessarily too much of 4. What was Matt's thoughts on 4? Wade says I can watch movies in standard definition. He watched Laserdiscs often, though. Yeah, I guess I'm not complaining about standard definition. I'm just thinking the quality. Maybe I'm thinking the quality of that early cut's going to be worse than it is. I'm just thinking of a bootleg VHS tape. I'm just have this idea that the quality is going to be just really bad, but it might not be. Like they took it from VHS or something. Oh, Matt doesn't even think he ever saw Scream 4. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons I'm not very excited about 5 is because I didn't really think too much of 4. Matt says he thought he saw Scream 4, but then he watched a few scenes online and he don't remember any of the scenes, so he doesn't think he watched it. He was already burnt out of them by Scream 4. Yeah, I mean, just like with like the Batman, I mean, I'll probably see Scream 5. It's funny how everyone calls it Scream 5, even though the title is Scream. I'll probably just blind buy the Blu-ray, but my biggest curiosity is that, like, when they were making it or before they were making it and they were making it and stuff, it seemed like there was all this talk about Stu being, coming back, and, I mean, doesn't, like, the end I mean, it looks like the end or part of the movie I mean, it's on the poster, like, Stu's parents' house. It's like she ends up back in his house or something, and it's just kinda like I mean, that's cool because that was the, big ending spot of the first movie, but, like, what's the reasoning for it? I'm curious to see how they're why that house plays a part in this movie. C-Snap says he loves the original Hills Have Eyes, also part 2 is crap but enjoyable. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with, like, Stu's parents' house or whatever in Scream 5. And I do think it's kinda dumb to just call it Scream. They're kind of piggybacking on Halloween 2018. It's just like I just hate when movies do that, they piggyback. It's just like, call it Scream 5. It's just stupid. Oh, shit, I didn't even give my thoughts I'm on, Yeah, the original Hills Have Eyes is fucking amazing. Um, and I agree about part 2 as well. It's crap but enjoyable. Yeah, how I regard Hills Have Eyes part 2 is like the if you take Hills Have Eyes and turn it into Friday the 13th, and you even got Harry Manfredini music with Hills Have Eyes too. That Hills Have Eyes would be like the grindhouse exploitation 70s serious really goes there kind of movie. And part 2 is the if they were gonna mainstream it for the 80s, what it'd be like. Wade says, which is better film for you, Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street? When I was younger, I probably would have gone with Nightmare on Elm Street, but I think I'd go with Friday the 13th over it. Both great films. Yeah, obviously, my winter studio was full of Friday the 13th posters, not Nightmare on Elm Street. So I think we all know my answer, but, Nightmare on Elm Street is definitely good as well. And I can agree with that, both great movies. I probably prefer Nightmare on Elm Street to Halloween. C-Snap says the Hills Have Eyes poster is so iconic, it even shows up in the Evil Dead cellar. That's true. Matt says Nightmare is king of kings. Wade says Jason and Freddy are up there with two of my most favorite horror icons. Future Boy says, have you picked up physical media? I don't know what that means. I mean, obviously I have. I show tons of reviews of physical Blu-rays and stuff and videos I make. Matt says, is Beth making a return for your show? I would imagine. Remember in the last one we did, she said, and she said this before, that her plan would be to, show up once a month or something like that. But she also said it depends on her mood and what's going on in her life, if she feels like it or not. So it's not like guaranteed every 4 weeks or anything. It's more or less when she feels like it. Honestly, she was actually all ready to go live on New Year's Eve and or New Year's. Yeah, but I was sick. I think I had food poisoning. We may have done a New Year's Eve show, but I was sick. Wade says, I don't know if I like Freddie or Jason more. Robert Englund did such a great job as Freddie. It's hard to compare the two because Robert Englund played Freddie in most of the movies, while Jason actors changed often. Well, I think even being a huge Friday the 13th fan, I mean, I think even I could say that. See, the thing is, Freddie kind of gets an unfair advantage because he talks and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's the one thing about the two franchises that even me being a huge Friday fan can agree on: the consistency of having Robert be the character all the way through the series and things like that. Matt says food poisoning or the boogeyman. Yeah, just good old fashioned food poisoning. Yeah, good old fashioned food poisoning. You want to connect on Skype, Matt, or what's your thoughts on that? No one else here wants to. I guess I didn't ask Future Boy. Wade says, what did I think of Nightmare on Elm Street remake? He personally did not enjoy it. He hasn't seen it in a while, so maybe I should go back and rewatch it. Yeah, the idea of replacing Robert Englund as Freddy is something that is so laughable. The only thing I half liked about the remake is the idea of the micro sleep, which was stupid and kind of cool at the same time. I think that's the only thing. I don't know what they call it, micro naps. I can't even remember, but where people, it's mostly stupid, but kind of an interesting idea and something new to interject into the series. But yeah, other than that, replacing Robert Englund, are you kidding? All right, let me turn my Skype on and C-Snap says he didn't see it, not bothered to be honest. Yeah, please don't. Will Powell's here. He says, hello there. Welcome, Will. C-Snap says remakes are mostly yawn fests.
Hello.
All right. Hey.
Hey.
Matthew Heagerty on Skype, everyone.
I got a cough. The boogeyman got me.
Yeah, I think it was just food poisoning, so that was fun.
Okay. What'd you eat? Chinese food? Or I don't know why I always say Chinese food when it's like the go-to for food poisoning, but
no, I've never had Chinese food poisoning yet. I think it was a hamburger that might have been not fully done.
Yeah, or whatever they're putting in the burgers now.
Yeah, it wasn't very fun, but I got over it. It looks like Gary Page is here. He says, hi, Nate, and everyone else. Sorry, late. That's okay. We're just glad you showed up. So you don't think you've seen Scream 4 all the way through?
No, I don't think I saw it either because I thought I saw it, but then I watched some scenes online because I was curious. I was like, because it's been so long since it came out. I just assumed that I watched it. And I was like, I don't remember any of this. I don't think I saw the movie. I think by the time Scream 4 came out, I was just, I guess I didn't see it. I guess I didn't even care.
I think that's what a lot of people's opinion was too. It's like it was just, but by the time Scream 4 came out, no one really cared anymore.
Yeah. I think Scream 5 will probably have a little bit more people seeing it because it's been so long since the Scream came out, that, and I don't know, maybe it works a little better this time. I don't know.
It's interesting you bring that up. It's almost like if you there's almost like, okay, so if you wait 10 years, it's too long but not long enough. But if you wait longer, it's past not long enough and it's too long. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and the fact that they still got some of the original cast. I don't know. I was never like a huge fan of Scream movies. They were okay. They weren't Wes. I don't think they were Wes Craven's best movies, but they were. I mean, I don't know. They were all right at the time.
Wade says, "What did you think of?" I guess this is probably to me, but you can answer as well. What did you think of Friday the 13th remake? He's got mixed feelings on it, but haven't seen it in a while. I remember parts of it being good, but he's afraid to say why I didn't like it because it would spoil. Yeah, I mean, I can't stand it myself.
I don't hate it. I just it's so hard to. It's not a bad movie if it stood on its own, but it's nowhere close to as good as the original. So it's not even. Yeah, it's I don't know. Yeah, and I didn't. Yeah, and the guy that played Freddy just wasn't nearly as good. And yeah, you just. I don't know. There's only one Freddy Krueger, whoever that guy's name is. I don't think anyone could portray Freddy Krueger like he did.
That was funny. There's only one Freddy Krueger, whatever that guy's name was.
I don't know his name as an actor.
Yeah, Robert Englund.
But he was just iconic in the role. Because he did all that talking, and it's not like you can just replace him like you can some mute person like Michael Myers or
Jason.
Yeah, Jason. So no, it's got to be really specific, and I don't know. I think they should just make new horror movies and stop rebooting everything.
Yeah, I agree. I don't even want another Friday the 13th to ever be made. Will Powell says, I'd say Nightmare on Elm Street is the most original. Friday the 13th is the most fun, and Halloween is the best executed. That's just his opinion. Thank you very much, Will Powell.
C-Snap says, I didn't see the Friday remake either. Not interested, to be honest.
Yeah, that's
And
very...
Will Wade retracted. Oh, I can't read them. He retracted them.
Well, we're probably better off. Thanks a lot, Wade.
Yeah.
Saves me the trouble.
I didn't even get to read it, though, before he retracted
I know.
it.
I was just looking as they were retracted.
Oh, shit. And then Gary Page asks, has Matthew got the thingy we don't talk about? I have no idea, because I don't think the thingy, I think it's, like you said, I don't believe in boogeymen. So, I don't think I have any of the thingy. Yeah, I just have a cold.
Okay. Oh, okay. He I guess he heard your sniffling and coughing. I see.
Yeah. I was sick like a week ago, and then I was fine, and then I started. I cough. I just cough every now and again now. I guess I'm dying. I should go test myself.
Well, right. That sounds like long thingy to me.
Yeah. Because this has never happened in the history of mankind. I've never had a cough before that it's in the dead of winter. It just doesn't happen. It's just, it must be, I must go, I gotta run out and get the test like every other idiot's doing.
Austin's here. He says, hey there. Hey, Austin.
Hey. So, has Austin come on the show yet?
You know what? That just occurred to me. I don't think I've ever gotten his opinion if he'd be interested in Skyping.
Ask, I guess you did ask him.
I guess I kind of loosely asked him just now, Austin, any interest in Skyping on the show at any point? We will find out. Everyone else that's here has either Skyped or doesn't want to. C-Snap, I think C-Snap would, but he said he doesn't have Skype.
Will Powell says he had the thingy. It exists, but I need to get back to normal. We're not getting back to normal. This was, whether you think it exists or not. Again, you can label anything, and that's what they do. This was never about getting back to normal. This was always about the new normal.
But I will.
One way to get back.
I will say, Will, thank you for simply typing the one letter. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because we see the whole word way too often in the last 2 years, so I just assume not see it where we are here on this channel. Wade says maybe Matt would like to read this.
I have to censor it.
Never. Yeah, he already said that.
Oh, I didn't read it though.
Well,
I'm reading it now.
Try censoring it.
Yeah. Did you read it last time? Did you censor it or?
I just said people can read it if they want.
Bypassed it. Hulk Hogan has pushed some ideas about the invisible thingy and the liquid for the thingy that has resulted in the
passing of
disappearance of Bobby Boy and some old ass lady. However, old ass lady was so old, so I doubt it. See, I'm so good at skating by that algorithm. They don't even know what the hell I'm talking about.
That was funny.
You would have to censor the way I go around that algorithm. The thing that the algorithm can't pick up on that the human brain still can easily pick up on is sarcasm.
Yeah.
And quickly, sarcasm in your tone of voice and quickly just going, oh, I know what he's actually trying to say with that word. You know what I mean? Or phrase.
Yep.
You still need a human to go in there and manually be like, yeah, he's talking about But then again, you can't prove it because I didn't say it. I don't know. I could have meant what I said. No one knows. Then Austin says, I don't have Skype.
Well, that's what I said. Someone else said that as well. And then I said, my response to that was, I didn't have it either until I downloaded it.
Yeah, it's just a program. It's not
so Matt, do you think that kind of response means he's not interested, or like how would you?
Yeah, I would say he's not interested. I don't have Skype, and it's something so easy to get. It's not. Yeah. Then Gary Page says Matthew shed rules. Oh yeah, Gary Page left a comment on my shed video.
Oh, okay. So he actually went and looked at it. Very cool.
Yeah, yeah. Wade Wilson. Let me see. Off the censor.
Yeah, don't say the N word.
I don't think he said the. Oh, okay. We don't say the N word.
Yeah, just.
Okay, we won't get back to life because it's about power control by wicked people. So that's pretty good.
I guess we'll try that.
Yeah, no, you're not. I'm telling you, you got to say the real words. Like Google, you know what I mean? I've seen plenty of videos that never get taken down, and they actually even say the real words. You know what I mean? You got to really just, I don't know. It's not as, it's a little harder than I think you. I get your wanting to be cautious, but
Well, as we just realized, I mean, it's kind of funny to be cautious as well. It's entertaining.
Yeah, it's more entertaining because I'm fucking sick of the real words. Again, because I don't believe any of this shit.
Let me before I delete this comment. Austin says you can label a scraped knee as.
Oh, he said it. Well, he made it look. Yeah, he didn't really say it, but
it's too much saying it for me. Sorry,
too
Austin.
Much.
But that's true. That's true. I mean, everything is it now, isn't it?
So now I'll have to censor myself, but you'll know exactly what I mean. Everything is labeled the invisible thingy-majigger.
Yeah.
But nothing is labeled the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Nothing will ever be labeled back to liquid medicines. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Like nothing. Not that Bobby guy that I could give two shits about him, but no one. It'll be the year or 2 or 3 years, however long it lasts, of just coincidence. Just another coincidence. That's all. It'll be like the most magical, mystical year of just so many coincidences. It's crazy. I didn't think that many coincidences could be possible, but we're gonna be living through them. That's for sure.
Yep, Austin is definitely too controversial.
Yep. You gotta just let them do what they're gonna do. Can't call these people out. Just gotta let them do unspeakable evil and just
Okay, so last week you were undecided about going to see Scream 5. What are your thoughts this week?
Oh, I'm probably not going to see it in theaters. I think I'm just going to wait till Batman. I don't want to waste my movie ticket. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it's going to be good enough to go in theaters.
Does that pass you've got expire? I'd hate for it to expire.
No, it doesn't expire, but I just have one left, so I wanted to save it for something that if I could hold off on seeing it in the theaters, then I will. You know what I mean? But I don't want to hold off on the Batman. Like I want to see that in theaters. So
yeah.
And then that's all. I mean, maybe besides the Batman, what the hell else is coming out this year? Maybe is Top Gun coming out? Maybe I want to see that in theaters, but I don't. Is that coming out this year?
I think it's supposed to. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. What else is coming out this year, this summer?
That's all I can think of.
Really, right?
That's all I can think of.
Yeah, Batman and Top Gun.
That's all.
That's really shitty. Yeah, it's just another shitty year of movies. I mean, we don't even know if Batman's gonna be any good. Oh, I missed. He retracted.
Wow, he typed this novel only to delete it. I think it was better off deleted anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the comments don't affect your channel. You know what I mean? Like YouTube will as we found out. YouTube, I found out plenty of times. YouTube if they don't like a comment, they will censor the comment.
They'll just delete it.
So as long as we don't read it, because once you read their comment, then now it's your problem because you said it on your channel. But yeah, your sidebar channel has nothing to do with your channel, and But yeah, he said they'll censor what they want to censor.
Yeah, maybe we'll just try to just chill out on our politicalness on the show here. And something I was going to ask you last week, Matt, is So since this is a movie channel, are there any movies that you just hold near and dear to your heart? Maybe you saw as a kid, or movies that you just really love, and if so, what are they?
Um, Movies that are near that I sorry. Did you say I was reading Will's comment at the end? Near dear to my heart that I saw as a kid, or
Well, any movies, it doesn't really matter why the reason, but any movies that you just love, like any movies that you've just loved for a long period of your life, or just movies that you love that you've seen that
mm,
you love. I mean,
yeah, probably Vanilla Sky is up there.
oh, good.
Movie
Okay,
I'll always
cool.
love it. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, I saw that movie in the theater. Yeah.
Oh, you saw it. I saw it on like DVD when it came out.
Okay,
Did you
cool.
like that movie?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. What about that did you
Just I don't know. It just everything about it. I mean, I like Tom Cruise as an actor, so that helps. But I just thought the plot was really interesting. I thought it was well shot. It had a lot of really. I liked a lot of the script and the things they said. The philosophical, like ideas in it, and yeah, it just had everything really. Even uh, yeah, that's a movie I'll probably. Oh, okay, yeah. So probably yeah, Vanilla Sky, and then I think. Let me think here. Probably honestly, yeah. Curious Case. What was that movie? The Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Oh god,
That's another.
I
You
hated
hated that
it.
movie? Oh,
Yeah.
that was one of my favorite movies. I really like that movie.
Interesting. That's okay. That's cool.
Uh, and then I'm trying to think of movies that I could probably watch every year till the day I die,
Yeah,
and I'm trying to name them.
that's cool. That's what the question was. Yeah.
Um, Damn, what was another one?
May-
Uh,
Maybe it'll come
Shit.
up later.
Probably the Dark Knight, the second Nolan movie,
Oh,
and the
right.
Batman.
Yeah.
That was real. That was. I still watch it to this day every now and again, and yeah, that was an amazing movie. What a good movie that was.
So did you see that one in the theater? Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that in theaters, and I was on the edge of my seat the whole movie.
Yeah.
I don't know of any movie, even to this day, had me so on the edge of my seat like the entire movie, like that movie did. Like when I first saw it. Uh, I'll censor. Wade Wilson has problems with his YouTube channel because he's not part of the hive mind.
Yeah, let me just read Will's here. Or I'm not even going to read Will's. I'll just say I hear you, Will. I agree. To each their own. That's what I'll say about Will's there.
Yeah.
I'm right with you on there. To each his own. You kind of read Wade's, and Will Powell watched Die Hard with a Vengeance. He thinks that's a great movie. I'm trying to remember. That's the third one, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Ain't it? I'm kind of
Yeah, I
asked.
don't know. I don't even know.
You don't
I
know
don't
Die
really.
Hards? Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Nah,
I'm
I know
pretty
Die
sure
Hard.
that's the third one.
I really like Terminator 2 as well. That's probably one of my up there for like favorite sci-fi action.
Oh my God! Let me tell you a really quick short story about Terminator 2. My buddies, we saw that in the theater opening day. My buddy's mom took me, him, and another one of his buddies to the theater, and the cart we were all when you got
I can't.
a carload of 14-year-olds in a car, like the trip there was blah 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 blah, kids talking blah blah blah. When we left the theater and the drive back, it was total silence in the car because all our brains were
Yeah,
numb.
we're
we
melted
we
from
couldn't
that movie.
believe what we experienced.
Yeah, I mean that was so ahead of its time for everything. I mean, it was like the effects were so good. The plot was so like mind blowing at the time. Everything that movie just had it all. Yeah, and honestly, the Matrix One is up there. Like I was watching some scenes from the Matrix One. That was still that was it. The Matrix One. Did you see that in theaters as well, or?
No, I didn't join the hype wagon on Matrix. I just saw it on DVD.
Wait, that was Dark Knight Rises. That was the third one where the guy went in the theater and shot it up. Gary Page lives in the suburbs and he's scared to go shopping. 2 years of this crap.
Oh,
And then Gary Page says, just watch the Arrow video release of My Stepmother Isn't Alan.
Oh wow, did you buy
Alien, I'm sorry, Alien.
it? So Gary Page bought that Blu-ray, huh? Yeah, the only thing about that movie is any good is Kim Basinger in her prime. That was pretty nice, but not a big fan of the movie myself. So, is did you get the Blu-ray, Gary, and is it good?
Oh, Nate? Did you watch that movie Upgrade?
Oh, I haven't watched it yet. Do you know?
Okay.
I mean, I guess I'm not. Is there any way to see it free or?
I mean, I watched it free on one of those online streaming sites. Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll.
Yeah, it's not like hard to get. It came out in 2018. Yeah, it should be. If you know where to go to for those free websites, you got to use DuckDuckGo, but then it should be on any of them. I mean, that's how I watched it.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'll try to search it out.
Really good sci-fi action movie.
But I do remember when you mentioned it last week, seeing the trailer and being like, "Wow, that's a cool idea." Oh, that's another thing. That reminds me, have you seen the movie? The trailer kind of reminds me of the movie In Time. Have you seen In Time?
No, when did that come out?
God, I think it was. I think it's a little older, but it's kind of like kind of a scary concept. Like where the currency
Oh
is
yeah, I did
time.
see that movie. I just yeah. No, that it's a lot better than In Time was decent. Was a decent movie. But yeah, I don't think it was really like In Time.
I'm just saying the trailer reminded me of In Time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was. I think. Yeah, I thought it. I thought In Time was pretty decent. I liked the idea of it, but I thought Upgrade was better movie though. It's
Yeah,
definitely.
I can see that.
It was a good movie. Like it just had a really good, interesting plot. It had really good action. It just. I mean, I'll tell you the basic plot without spoiling. Like, I like this idea. The guy, he was living in the future, and everything was automated, like kind of how we're headed, and everything is done for you, and blah blah blah. And he was he fixed old like cars for a living, like gas cars. You know what I mean? That like were pretty much non-existent. He just fixed up like muscle cars and stuff, and he would just sell them to rich people, and he was all about, he liked actually controlling his car. He in the beginning of the movie, because his wife is like some biologist. I don't know what the hell she does, but she's down with the future, right? She's down with the cause, and she's like, it's not so bad, honey. And he's like, I just want to have control over my life. I want to be in control, and I don't want a machine doing everything for me, and I want to control the machine, blah blah blah. And yeah, it's I just like that idea, like how he was just kind of not, he just kind of fixed up old cool cars and shit, and was like, I'm not really down with this shit,
He liked driving the cars instead of them driving us.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. He liked everything. He just liked being in control of the things he's using, in his life, and it was good. It was good. It was good, and it kind of had a pretty deeper, like, near the end. I won't spoil anything, but yeah, it kind of ties back into everything, and yeah, it was a good movie.
All right, I'll see it.
So we got Austin here, says they did some comic book sequels called T2 Cybernetic Dawn, which takes place several hours right where T2 left off, and this other one called T2 Nuclear Twilight. Austin says much better than what we got later with the films.
Well, the
fucking films are terrible.
Here's my question to Austin and to also you, Matt. Have you well, the only thing that was bummer about this is you'd have to go to the frickin' Universal Studios to see it. But did you hear about the T2 3D that they did in it was like it was like the early 90s. It was kind of like a sequel to Terminator 2, but it was like it was something you'd have to go to Universal Studios because it was half 3D movie and half actual actors, running around the theater. It was really interesting. You can watch it.
Oh, 96 Battle Across Time.
You can watch it on YouTube. It's kind of like a mini movie that's the only kind of true sequel to that James Cameron did. That was a little half-ass sequel to Terminator 2.
Interesting. Was it good?
It was pretty cool. I mean, it wasn't really about story per se, but because it was so short, but it was just cool to see like Edward Furlong back as John Connor again.
Right. Interesting.
So it was pretty cool. I actually got to it's closed down. They're not doing it anymore, but I was lucky enough to actually go see it. I think I saw it in 03, so that was kind of cool. But you can actually see the whole thing on YouTube now, I think.
I'll have to check it out. T2 3D. Yeah, Austin has seen it. And then Garrett Page says, yeah, Blu-ray, Kim Hot, this very light on Extra Bastards. Not even a Dan Aykroyd. Aykroyd?
Aykroyd.
I can't even pronounce these last names.
Interview, yeah.
Other filmmakers just didn't understand what made the first two Terminators legendary. That's what Austin Wilcott says.
Well, it's also hard to top James Cameron, too, if you're trying to get up to his level.
Yeah. Did he write the Terminator movie, or he just directed it?
No, he wrote the first one as well. I think he co-wrote the second one with someone else.
Okay. Yeah, he wrote the movies, directed it. How the hell are you going to top? I mean, you can't. That's James Cameron's
baby,
thing. That's his you're not going to top something that legendary that he created. Just like no one has been able to top John Carpenter's Halloween, because he understood Michael Myers. He created Michael Myers, and every Halloween movie after John Carpenter has just been, never lived up to it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And I would say the same probably goes for Wes Craven's Nightmare on Elm Street. You're not going to top him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you're a big fan of, maybe not a big fan, but you're kind of a fan of the Nightmare films as opposed to Friday the 13th. Which one would you agree that the first Nightmare movie is the best?
Yeah, but I think the second one's really good too.
Oh, I love the second one too.
Isn't that the one where is it the second one where he goes crazy and starts living out? Is that the one I'm thinking of where he goes nuts and like the kid goes nuts and he starts killing people?
Yeah, Freddy
while he's awake.
Yeah, Freddy kills people through him while he's awake or whatever. Yeah.
So they say. We'll never know, right?
We'll never know.
That's why I like that idea. I just like the idea of that guy going nuts. I thought that was really interesting because I really like the perspective of like all the people like watching him like and listening to him talk and probably just thinking he's a nut job. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly what you would think.
Yeah.
Like, this dude is off his rocker and he's trying to kill me. Like, I don't care what he's saying. I mean, you gonna believe him? I don't know.
I hear you.
Yeah, they say Freddy possessed him. That's what Austin says. Freddy possessed him.
Yeah, more or less. Austin also says T2 concluded the story, so why make more besides money? Well, that you answered your own question. That's exactly why make more is for money.
Money, yep. They can't just create original shit.
Nope.
And they just gotta, whatever. Oh, we know that this will make money. It has the Terminator badge on it, So instead of creating a movie like Upgrade, which is really good, they just keep, rehashing what they know. Like again, I don't know. Are you excited about the Avatar movies? What the 20 of them that are coming out? That's right. Avatar 2 is coming out this year. At the end of this year.
I'm very curious to see if people are gonna, be interested in that crap or not care anymore. It's kind of like the thing with the Scream sequels. It's like I think it's in the danger period of being so long, no one cares, but not long enough for people to care.
And I think people saw Avatar because it was like I think we talked about this last time. It was because
groundbreaking.
It was just the perfect storm of like groundbreaking special effects. James Cameron did it.
3D.
It wasn't because it was some great movie like plot. It was a generic movie. It was the most fucking. It's so. It wasn't a bad movie, but it was like, oh, it's just like fucking Pocahontas generic plot. Like I don't know. I don't know why you would make like. It's like he's making all these sequels. Why don't you make a Terminator sequel, James Cameron? Right? Like, I don't get. Maybe he's just done with Terminator. Clearly, he's been done with it since the second one.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. He's like, I ended it after T2. It was literally the perfect ending. What else? You know what I mean? What else do you want from me?
Yeah.
I mean, a prequel would be cool, from James Cameron, but not gonna happen.
Yeah.
We got more comments here. Scream 4, Austin says Scream 4 didn't do that well. Not sure why. They think Part 5 will be a mega hit. It could be a hit, but I have my doubts.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm really surprised they ever did a fifth one because I don't think 4 did very well. But like Matt said earlier, I mean, it's been so long. Let's give it a shot.
And there's nothing else out. There's literally it might do decent just because there's no other fucking movies out,
Yeah, it could do well by the fact that there's no competition.
Yeah, it's just exactly. There's literally no competition. It's like, okay, I guess we'll go see Scream because there's literally nothing else out.
Oh, Austin says in regards to Nightmare on Elm Street 2, one of those, Jesse's buddy Grady did see Freddy come out of Jesse's body. That's true. The Nightmare on Elm Street 2 kind of is goofy, and it just broke the kind of rules set forth by the first movie. But I have fun with the differences that Nightmare on Elm Street 2 did compared to the first movie. I like the liberties it took. So Nightmare 2 is fun.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it as well.
Yeah,
I liked it. I honestly liked it probably as much as the first one. Austin says, all right, Future Boy says Avatar is the same plot as Dances with Wolves. I never saw Dances with Wolves.
Oh, lucky.
Austin says T2 is the official ending. The rest are what if fan fiction.
Yeah, that's how I look at it too.
Wade Wilson says Holly Weird has ran out of ideas, so that's why Scream 5 happened. I would say, Wade, that Holly Weird just doesn't want to, for whatever political reasons, or they don't want to hire people that have ideas. Yeah. There are plenty of very talented people I see on YouTube every day. They could easily hire and give them money, and we'd have amazing movies again. But they don't, and we gotta wonder. I don't think it's because of negligence. I think it's done on purpose.
Yep.
They have other reasons that have nothing to do with money. Again, it's very clear that they will sacrifice money. They will spend money to push their agenda. You know what I mean? So that's what they're doing with most of these movies. I don't think every movie studio from Hollywood's doing this, but enough of them are that. And hell, I don't know. Here's another thing. Aren't most of these movie studios have been bought out? Like, it seems like every other year, it's like, oh, this movie studio just got bought out by the big movie studio, and then it becomes the same shit, Right.
Yeah, I hear you. Everything's just being acquired by just these conglomerate monsters.
Yep. And then it just becomes, terrible and terrible. Austin says Wes Craven had a very different idea for Scream 5 to 6. 4 was supposed to be a trilogy back in 2011. Period. So I guess it bombed, and then they were like, well, we're done with that.
It sounds like there was a plan for a second trilogy, huh?
Yeah. And Austin says, I love Nightmare too.
Yeah.
Gary Page says, Avatar was great, but Cameron, move on. Please do something new. Yeah, it's amazing what they're... So why no? Give us a new movie, yeah. Why can't he give us a new movie? James Camp, you know what I mean?
I do know.
It's like, give us a new, I don't know. Like I said, it's probably not his total decision. They probably, put a gun to his head and said, make an Avatar movie. I bet you he really doesn't want to do it. It's probably like he's probably like, I ran out of money, or I'm running out of money because I've been chilling for the past decade, not doing shit. So I guess I got to do what the studio says,
Right. Yeah.
I would imagine it's something like that, but who knows?
Oh, okay. Austin says, I wonder why they didn't hire Kevin Williamson for Scream 5. He was the guy who wrote the other Scream movies. So that's interesting. I didn't know they didn't. Interesting. Yeah. I guess he wrote.
Maybe he's not down with the agenda.
Hey, there you go. Could be. I think he wrote the first 4. Oh, let me tell you something about Scream 4, Matt. So Scream 4 came out during the era of remakes. So Scream 4 has this kind of remake thing about it, which is I didn't really appreciate. I haven't seen it for a while, but it's like remake themed where the ending is this half-assed wannabe remake of the ending of the first movie, and it's just like, oh my god.
Interesting. Yeah. I remember watching some scenes the other day of that movie, Scream 4. I definitely didn't see it, and it was interesting to see that movie was made when smartphones were like really starting to get popular. I guess like that was 2011, 2010. They were kind of starting to take off. So it was just interesting to see these little tiny smartphones that people were using in the older iPhones,
because that's before they got all big or whatever.
Yeah, which I have. I can anyone explain to me why the fuck someone wants a tablet in their hands? I you know what I mean? Like I don't get it. Like how do you? Like I don't want to hold a tablet. Like I'm sorry, and plus I put it in my pocket, so I don't want to put a tablet in my pocket. Is it because people are just they need the battery life at the expense of everything else?
It could
they
be
have to sit there on their fucking phone for 20 hours without plugging it in.
It could be the battery life that sells them on the big phones.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, I get logically because they do spend all their time on the phone. I don't, so I don't need. I don't know. It drives me nuts because I can't get a smaller phone. That's why I bought the iPhone SE because I couldn't even get a smaller Android anymore. Austin says, "I wonder why they didn't hire Kevin Williamson for Scream 5." Oh, we already went into that. Probably because he wasn't woke.
Yeah, probably he's not down with it.
Yeah. Austin also says Mirko, I can't even say his name, Mirko Patrimi isn't doing the score for Scream 5 either. It just isn't the same. Yeah, it probably won't be. I mean, it's gotten mixed reviews. Some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just movies are dead. You gotta look past Holly Weird. Gotta start creating our own movies at this point.
Yep.
Especially horror movies, because
sounds like smoker's cough.
I know. I don't smoke at all either. It's got me. The boogeyman. It got me. I gotta go get tested. I gotta go shove a thing up my nose.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I'm not doing it. My mom keeps asking me, "You want to take the test?" I'm like, "No, I'm good. I'm good on putting shit on my nose. I'm good on that for something that's not going to kill me." So, yeah, this world is pretty much insane at this point. Well, it has been for a while, but now we've really entered the Twilight Zone. What's that saying? Entering the Twilight Zone? Like, now you're entering the Twilight.
It's something. Yeah, there's some spiel. I don't know how it goes.
But, yeah, that's basically what we entered in 2020. It's like we knew this was a freak show nightmare world, and now
I'm gonna search it.
The dystopian Twilight Zone
opening. Yeah. Okay. What? I'm gonna do the. Okay. Okay. Ready for this?
You're cutting out a bit.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
How about this now?
Oh, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got the monologue. You ready? You unlock this.
Yeah.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. That's actually pretty cool. That sounds fun. That sounds like, that sounds pretty cool.
Back when
we're definitely like we're in like the demonic version of the Twilight Zone, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh man. It's basically like you're going to hell now. So we got a new comment here. Let's see. Oh wait, so there's Austin says if you go online and look up movies playing at your theater, you'll notice there's barely any new movies and mostly showing old movies that are actually good. They're not going to last much longer. Yeah, we're definitely at the end of movies like going in the theaters. There's no doubt about it. And
Is
then Future Boy says there are no new director talents. Directors from the 80s created mega hits. Now they are old, don't have the spark anymore. Why are we looking from these old directors making the same mega hits? Because they're not hiring any new good directors. They just I don't know. Like you said, they don't even want to make money. It's like I don't know.
so is that a trend that you're seeing at theaters where you are, Matt? I mean, are they playing a mixture of new and
Yeah.
old?
Yeah. Yep.
Huh.
They're playing. Yep. Is your stream buffering or? Oh, yeah, you're good now. Never mind. Yeah, they're playing old movies. Aren't they playing old movies at your theater?
I honestly, I don't even look up to see what's playing at the theater, so I wouldn't know. But I mean, I know they were doing that in 2020, but I didn't know they were still doing it.
Yeah, let me look up right now. The curiosity, see what's playing.
And Gary Page likes my voiceovers. Thank you very much. Glad you like them. Ever since I was a kid, I'd like to play the trailer voices, and as I got older, it got a little better.
At least right now, it doesn't look like any old movies. But...
Yeah, I didn't think so, but
oh shit! Yeah, today Scream. I'm looking up today, 7 p.m. Scream looks like it's almost sold out.
wow. Can you
7 p.m. and it's 3:36 right now.
Can you see the what? Can you see like the seats that are sold out, or how do you see how it's sold out?
Well, I just see all the seats that are taken already. They're already bought, which
So,
is a lot of them, except the ones up front.
oh, okay. So that's what I mean. You can see the actual seats that are bought. Okay, that's
Yep.
that thing we were
Yep.
complaining about last week.
Yep. But at least it verifies to me, like, if movies are being seen. You know what I mean? Like, I know I don't have to guess if people are going to see a movie because I could just look. Like, oh, look, they are. So, you know what I mean?
I guess that's one advantage to it.
Probably the only advantage. I mean, which I don't really even don't even care that much about. But I guess it's one plus. I can see that Scream is people are going to see it. It's but like I said, there's really nothing else out. So what else you gonna watch? Like really, what else you gonna watch? That new movie, The 355? Like you go watch that garbage?
Yeah, women conquering the world.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to laugh. It looks so bad. Austin says, I'm okay with movies ending. I can just watch the old shit. I haven't seen all that yet.
That's exactly where I am. There's so many movies that were made in the 20th century that you could spend the rest of your life watching all those for the first time.
Gary Page asked, what is the most expensive Laserdisc now? Anybody know?
Well, this would be a good question for Wade. Wade, I don't think he's with us anymore. I haven't seen much from
Wade! Come back, Wade! Yeah, he hasn't been here since Wade! They got him. They took him off. Maybe he's like commenting and he's like shadow banned or something like that.
Yeah, he could have been talking this whole time and he's just banned. Yeah. Oh, there he is.
He's back. He heard us. He was like, "Oh, back."
Yeah. Do you know what the most expensive Laserdiscs are going now, Wade? He's got no idea. All right. Well, I guess he's
now,
not.
Is Wade's YouTube channel? Are you like banned for a while? Like, did you get a strike on your channel, or are you able to post anymore for a bit, or what happened with that? You said he was saying YouTube messed with his channel.
Yeah, we'll see if he responds.
I'm actually surprised that his channel is still up. You saw the videos he posted. Man, YouTube more lenient than I thought. But yeah, I mean, I'm also not shocked that they're fucking with this channel at this point.
Yeah. Coffin.
Yep. It's got me.
Oh, well. Let's see here. What the hell else is... Say? Oh, he hasn't said nothing yet.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he doesn't care to tell us.
Yeah, I don't blame him. You know what's weird? This week I'm on Skype with you, and my battery's not draining super fast.
Huh? Maybe you had something else.
Like my phone. Remember, I said last week it was really hot. Like it was really like it was overly hot, and it was like the CPU must have been clocking like crazy. Now it's like it's not cold, but it's not warm like it was last week, and my battery's pretty much like you would expect from a normal phone call.
Maybe you forgot to close your porn apps last week.
No, I don't know. I just think Skype's a piece of shit. Like, I don't know. It's a finicky program, like most things now are. You would think these programs nowadays would just be so well written and so efficient, but no, it's not the case. I don't know. Maybe it was something else too. Like, I don't know.
Wade answered your question there.
Oh, he did? Let me see. Let me see if I can. Okay, I think I can read it. It says about 5 to 6 days, I think. I can't upload any videos. They usually do this during NFL playoffs. They did this last year around the same time. I don't think it's a coincidence.
Probably not.
No, I just saw your comment. Did my comment not show up?
Yeah, we saw it.
And then Gary Page, I can't.
Yeah, don't say that.
What was he referring to? That was out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think it's. Sorry, Gary. I'm going to get rid of it.
Oh, man. R.I.P. Shit.
Strike.
So, Wade Wilson. Wade Wilson, what are your thoughts on the NFL being rigged?
I think we could probably say that.
I think it is. Yeah. I don't watch the NFL really. I used to, but I don't think it's like 100% rigged. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think like every player is in the know, but I think like the referee. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but Wade Wilson, what are your thoughts on it being rigged? I'm sure he would know. He watches. Seems like he watches NFL.
Well, we're probably gonna piss him off with that question.
Yeah, you're right. Because if he doesn't think it's rigged, then he might get mad at me. Oh, you asshole! It's not rigged. Oh man! I mean, everything you watch. But the thing is, the why I'm not surprised that it would be rigged is because one, I've seen some compelling evidence that it is, and also every goddamn thing they show on that television, whether they say it's real or not, is not real, and there's always fuckery going on behind the scenes. It's like they don't show you anything on there that's not. You know what I mean? Like, what's on TV that they show you that's not somewhat fake? You know, like I don't know, or scripted, I should say.
Yeah, we're getting into dangerous territory here.
Yeah. Well, I think they allow you to talk about the NFL being rigged, but
well, you're saying everything though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So I'll just put it this way. I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
All right. So Wade Wilson says it's possible. So he agrees. I think it was rigged. Yeah, I'm from Philadelphia, and I would say, I would agree with the Eagles thing. Yeah, they sucked, and all of a sudden now they won. It's like, I don't believe it.
Wade has a good point. I mean, pretty much however you say that, official officiating can dictate. I mean, they say how a game goes, don't they? Just the what are they called? Referees or whatever?
Referee, yep. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. I would agree. And like you said, they caught the Patriots cheating. It's like, that's just because you caught them cheating. And who's to say they were really quote unquote cheating? Like again, we can't prove that the whole thing's not a rigged scam. So I don't know. I don't watch sports, so it's whatever.
Right. I don't look at it either. I agree with Gary's sentiment. He says no more politics, now just movie talk from me, meaning him, I guess. Big warm fuzzy smile. Well,
I guess he was responding to having to retract one of his statements already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's like sorry when I think he's apologizing.
That's an apology that's an indirect apology.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, I don't blame Gary because how can you help it? They're controlling our lives with this shit. All of our lives are dictated by this bullshit. So I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like we don't have a life anymore.
Hey, speak for yourself. I got a radio show with 4 listeners.
That's true. You know what I mean though. Like in terms of
I hear you.
We don't have a life outside of the internet. And then even on the internet, we can't even talk about certain. Austin says they're bringing back RoboCop as well with the new sequel to the '87 film.
I
Oh,
haven't heard about that, but it sounds like the new trend is sequel to 20-plus-year-old movies now, since Halloween 2018 did so well. Well, Halloween Kills was supposed to have done even better than 2018 financially.
Future Boy says this is movie and physical media talk. Why pollute with politics? I mean, I would say Future Boy, why? Because they pollute our lives with this bullshit. I never talked about this shit before. I never cared, but then they destroyed my life and they're destroying everyone's life to an extent. I mean, you can't fully ignore it. They're polluting it in everything. They're you know what I mean? Like they're polluting this whole world with their bullshit.
Yeah, I think what Matt's basically saying is, I mean, he never probably cared about politics and stuff until it really started to intrude on his everyday life, correct?
Mm-hmm. Because I knew it was all bullshit and they were a bunch of psychopaths. I mean, it's a bunch of psychopaths that do all this psycho shit, and I try to stay out of it, but I would still call it out. If someone brought it up, I'd be like, it's all a bunch of evil psychos, so I don't know. But now the evil psychos have gotten so much power and control that they've intruded really on my life, and I would imagine everyone's lives here.
Did we ask Future Boy if he'd be interested in Skype? I can't remember.
I don't remember
Austin gave us that.
Yeah, he doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it.
Which I just, yeah.
Future Boy, do you have Skype?
Oh, and then C-Snap says the Vindicator Out Cops reboot.
Out Cops, RoboCop. Yeah, Matt's not going to understand that. I think in the 80s, there was this movie, little-known movie called The Vindicator. It was about this guy who got blown up and his whole body got burnt except for just his eyes and the skin around his eyes that was protected by the safety goggles. And he became a robot, kind of like pre-RoboCop. But it's a really a movie not a lot of people know about, The Vindicator. Kind of fun.
Interesting.
Okay, Future Boy is shy, just like with Wade Wilson. That's cool. At least we know where he stands. We understand. What's Austin responding to? It's true. I don't know what he doesn't do.
I don't know either.
Oh! It's true. He doesn't have Skype. If he had it, he would do it. Okay.
I can't say Wade. It's well, I could.
No. Don't read it.
I will respond with a censored. Wade, I'll respond. I'll respond. I don't think anyone, no one that needs that. No one. I don't. You know what I mean?
Thingy.
That's like saying, yeah. I'm not going to say it, but that's like I'm not going to say any comparison because I don't want I'm not even going to say a comparison, but I'll just say this, and you'll use your mind and you'll figure out what I'm trying to say. That would be, hey, you guys need bleach injected in you. How about that? No one does. No one does unless you want to kick the bucket. So that's but you can't even say that stuff. I don't know.
Okay, Gary says. Yeah, it's a Canadian film, Vindicator, great film. Yeah, that's one that I could probably add to my list of overdue movies for Blu-ray. It's funny, I did that video a couple of years ago, and the first movie I was just in case you don't know, Matt, a couple of years ago I did a video that was my top 5 movies overdue for Blu-ray, and it just so happened last month in December, the first one on the list actually came out on Blu-ray, which was Creature. So, because when I did that video, I said it'd be interesting to know which one of these is going to come out on Blu-ray first, and now we know.
Austin says if he had Skype, he would do it. So maybe we were wrong. You can get Skype, Austin. Up to you, though. I mean,
yeah, that's true. Do you not know that it's like free or whatever?
It's pretty easy to get. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty easy to get. It's like it's not. You get it on your phone. You get it on your computer. And I think signing up is pretty easy. Like you just put your email in there and your name and whatever, and you're off to the races.
Just a heads up for Austin in case he wants to do it in the future. But I understand people being, shy or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. I don't blame him. Do not blame him at all.
Oh, Matt, I just searched Vindicator. You got to look at these images of this robo head with the fleshy eyes. Just type Vindicator 1986. You got to see this image of the robo head with the fleshy eyes. It's funny and scary at the same time. I want to see what he thinks about it.
Oh, it was a horror movie.
Kind of horror, sci-fi or something. Robo horror, yeah.
Ooh, was it a good movie?
It's okay.
Was he the bad guy? Was he like the horror?
No. I think he was kind of like Swamp. If you know anything about Swamp Thing, a scientist that was turned into a quote unquote monster by an accident.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It looks creepy.
Do you see the image of the guy with his big eyes, the flesh around his eyes on the robo head?
Yeah.
It's like
Wow.
that's really creepy because he was wearing eye protection and he should have been wearing body protection, but at least he was wearing eye protection. All he's got left is his eyeballs and the flesh around his eyes.
Yeah.
That movie creeped me out when I was a kid. That ugh.
Ugh, yeah, it's weird. Did he use like guns to shoot people, or he just went up and bashed them in?
I haven't seen it for a long time. I think he probably just ripped them apart with his robo body. I don't remember.
Wow, and he was the good guy, like.
I think he was I think he was. I can't remember if it's possible that the accident was caused by assholes at his at his work or whatever, and maybe he was getting revenge on the bad guys. I can't remember.
Oh, so he created that suit himself.
I can't even remember. I don't know how he got in the suit and how his flesh and his eyes got onto the suit, but I think he's a good guy, getting revenge on the bad people who wronged him.
Okay, if we could all do that, right? We could all become killer robots.
C-Snap says Canadian films are always a bit grim, but I do love Cronenberg movies. The Brood is depresso but great. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of The Brood, but that's okay. That's just me. I agree about the depresso. I guess that's why I'm not a big fan of it. It's a little whatever, just down for me. Austin says, "Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to have Skype app on my computer again or not. I'll have to think about it." Yeah, if you're not cool with it, that's fine. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do.
Yeah. What about Wade Wilson? He didn't want to come on. I mean, he's got his own YouTube. I figured.
Yeah, you asked this last week, and he's told me before. I think you weren't here. He's shy, so
he's shy. He's shy, but he gets on camera. That's what I was confused.
Does he get on camera? He got on camera.
Well, I thought he did. I thought I saw him actually talking on camera. And at least he uses his voice in the videos, doesn't he? I don't know.
I actually haven't watched his videos.
Oh, okay. Oh, you didn't watch Wade Wilson? Man.
Whoops. Sorry, Wade.
Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe it's been a while since I've seen.
Did I just give Wade a burn?
I don't know.
Gary says, "Where's Will gone?" Yeah, Will. He comes and goes.
Maybe at the bar.
Yeah, he seems to be at the pub every night. You'd think that'd get expensive, but
probably, yeah. We don't know his financial situation either, you know.
That's true. Yeah, Will comes and goes.
Could be rich, unlike me.
He could be rich, unlike Matt.
Yeah, living in a shed. Right?
Yep.
In the shed. Let's see here.
Oh, okay.
Wade. Okay, yeah. Wade says I'm shy when it's live. I'm not shy when it's not live. That's just how my brain works. I guess it's weird. Makes sense. When it's not live, you can do retake. Yeah, you can do retakes.
Oh,
Fuck
okay.
up.
Yeah.
Live, live. It's you gotta be ready because anything you say is out in the ether forever.
Canon will be, yeah.
Will lives in Cornwall, down AT.
I don't know.
Retracted. Oh, I said it though. Oops, sorry.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if it's supposed to. I don't think anyone's gonna visit. I mean, I don't think there's any. I think he's okay.
Well, yeah, Will even told us the name of the pub he was at, so I don't think he cares.
Oh, okay, yeah. You could go to England. Well, you can't go to England because you need some type of papers.
You need a thing. Yeah, papers. That's a good way to say
Just
it.
say papers. Yeah, you need your papers. Show your papers, please.
Was that your German accent?
Kind of English accent. Show your papers, please.
Oh, because he's in England. I see. Okay.
Yeah. Well, everyone's got to show your papers now. It's, the worldwide show your papers, please.
Yep.
It's for safety, though. Don't forget, everyone. It's for your safety. It's always for your safety when your head gets smashed in.
C-Snap says, Nate, there's an interesting movie called The Vagrant with Bill Paxton. He thinks I might like it. Let me search it. It doesn't come to mind. Is that from the 80s, or let me just search it?
I'm going to search it right now.
Fine.
Horror movie, okay. Never heard of this.
What's the year?
1982?
Oh, wow.
92.
92. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that cover. Oh, my God. It's like doing Macaulay Culkin. Huh. Hello?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm just looking at the trailer.
Oh, he's watching a trailer.
Of the Baker.
There's this funny image of him making a creepy face. That's funny.
Interesting.
Thanks for let's see here. Who recommended it? C-Snap, thanks for the recommendation. That looks funny.
This is a horror movie?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably. Maybe a thriller. Gary says, Will lives in Cornwall. It's a holiday place in summer, great for surfing, apparently. Wow, I didn't know there was surfing in the UK. C-Snap gives thumbs up. How do you know that, Gary? Just from what he said in chat, or do you and Will chat off the show? I think he said that in the show before, but there's so much information going on, I can't remember everything. C-Snap says horror thriller for The Vagrant. Okay.
Cornwall. Looking it up now. Looks pretty nice.
Are you seeing summer pictures?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, they're all summer pictures. Yep, all by the ocean. Yeah, it's like an ocean town.
Oh, it's attached to the ocean?
Yeah, it looks like there's the mountains there, and then the ocean's right there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got it. Huh.
Yeah, it's like a beach town or something. But it's like surrounded by mountains, kind of. Well, I don't know if they're mountains. They're really big hill, kind of like a mountain. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that does look pretty interesting.
Are you looking at it?
Yeah, I had to.
Yeah, it's yep, looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's like the UK, the south of France.
Yeah, pretty much. So he must have money living there. It doesn't look cheap. Real estate there is not going to be cheap. That's for sure. So.
Okay, maybe he's a part of the royal family.
Yeah, we don't know. Maybe, we don't know. Population 569,000. That seems excessive. That doesn't look like that many people live in the town. Price to live. I'm looking up the cost now.
Gary Page has been to Cornwall in 1998. He lives in Manchester in the North Cold. That sucks.
So Gary lives in England as well.
Yeah, Gary's in the UK as well. Future Boy asks if he can give his 2 cents on politics. Yeah, we might not read it out loud if it's too controversial, but please do. And I might delete it afterwards, but please give us your 2 cents.
It was revealed, someone said that Cornwall is the second most expensive place to live outside of London. So,
Holy shit.
and we all know how, London's supposed to be, insanely expensive. So, that's what someone said in a comment. I don't know how true that is. I believe it. If you look at where it's located, it sounds like it would be really expensive.
Huh.
Wade Wilson. I guess I don't know if we can say this. Well, I guess Prince Harry married royal family. I don't even know. I don't know these royalty. I don't know.
I don't know. Do you even know what the hard R word is? I don't know what the hard R word is.
Future Boy says we're gonna censor a little. The powerful and well-to-do rotate power since forever. The gullible and the gullible and the average people vote yay for. Well, I guess it's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
Yay for democracy. Well, yeah, of course, yay for democracy, and that's encouraged. We must protect and love our democracy, as they say. So that's good. YouTube will like you. We'll give you a thumbs up for that one. We got to protect our democracy. You're right. We gotta let these people vote. We gotta protect their right to vote. I don't know why. No one tells me why these people should vote or have any say in anything, but they have to. It's good for democracy. It's good.
Well, thanks for your 2 cents, Future Boy.
Wade Wilson says hard R word
is racist.
Racist. What?
I think.
I think the Republican. Is that what he meant?
Oh, I thought he meant the word racist. You think he means Republican?
Oh, I don't know. He says hard R word is racist.
Well,
it's like a riddle. We got like a riddle going here. We don't know what he means.
Yeah, well, I think we'll just who cares? Who knows? Yeah, I don't want to risk it.
Yeah, I don't want to risk it either. I thought he meant Republican.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually it's the N word. I thought it. I know what the N word is.
Wade says feels like Karen Big Boy is big boy, some rich asshole, in my opinion.
That was
we won't name his name.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're not going to name this. We're not going to let, because this guy doesn't even. The guy he said doesn't even deserve to say his fucking name out loud. That piece of shit.
Yeah, I don't like saying. I don't like words being used that are we see every day too much in the media anyway. So that can go from dangerous things to just people. If it's so oversaturated as it is, I don't need it here. C-Snap.
Austin, C-Snap is going. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for showing up, C-Snap. See you next week. His name's Joe, by the way.
Joe. See you, Joe. Bye-bye. Austin says, which is worse, Batman Forever or Batman and Robin? Batman and Robin, without a doubt.
I think I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think Forever was that bad of a movie.
Well, not compared to Batman and Robin. I remember before Forever came out, being really nervous because all I saw was because with Batman Forever they have the snazzy, quote unquote snazzy outfits for the very end scene with the rubber nipples and stuff, and I was like, oh my god.
I saw that as a kid.
They may have done that for Batman and Robin too, where they had these super duper costumes for the end scene or whatever. But which were kind of, the super duper costumes were kind of stupid in my opinion. But yeah, so you were how old when Forever came out then?
Like 6, 06.
Oh, okay.
I saw it in theaters.
Cool. Okay.
I saw Batman and Robin in theaters as well.
Yeah, Forever wasn't, in my opinion, that bad, but
No, it wasn't bad. Batman and Robin sucked though. And then Nolan came around and changed the game.
yeah, there you go.
Which is the worst Nolan Batman film? Probably Dark Knight Rises.
I was really disappointed by Dark Knight Rises. I might have to go with that one.
Yeah, I still liked it. It just fell short of the other two. It was probably because Heath Ledger died. Let's be real. I mean, it was so hard to top Dark Knight, and then he died, and because I think he was supposed to be in
The third one?
the third one. Yeah, so they had to redo everything, and yeah, I don't know. It just
Oh, we're making Gary feel old. That's okay, Gary. I mean, the way I look at it is, the older you are, the luckier you are because you got to spend even less time in this world.
and you're lucky in the sense that you got to live when the world was half sane.
Right, right.
Because if you were imagine growing up now,
Oh,
I mean, you'd lose your whole life. Or like you would have no life.
yeah, but yeah.
Wade Wilson says Batman and Robin has a really dumb, goofy scene with Batman credit card. If you remember that,
I think so.
Future Boy says the only Batman is relevant: Batman '89, Batman Returns, and Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, I mean, I can get behind that sentiment. I mean, it's not like I think Batman. What is it? Forever was Forever. Is that it?
Yeah, Batman Forever.
Yeah, it's not like I regard that as being necessarily canon. I can understand where he's coming from, Future Boy. Yeah, I agree with that.
The only Batman is Ben Affleck. Austin Wilcutt says, I like Dark Knight Rises, but it's a bit too long. Gary Page says, thanks, Nate.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages to being old is that you got to experience more more years when it was quote unquote.
Good.
Well, we'll just say better. Yeah.
Better.
And it means you also have less years in the shit.
Yeah, you have less years in the shit.
And you had more in the good.
The good, yeah. And if you were even older, it'd be even better because you would have had even more years in the good.
Yeah, right.
So we're kind of fucked because I'm 32. So I kind of wish I was at least 20 years older,
You probably wish you were Gary's age.
Because I'm still 32, so it's like I kind of wish I had a 30s at least, like I mean, like 30s are getting old, but like I still have life in me.
Jesus Christ, that actually, yeah, I God damn it, I really feel for you. When you said that, it's like holy shit, you're in the beginning. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I turned
30.
2020. I turned 31.
Oh
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2020. I turned 31. Like my birthday is in March, so I turned 31 like in 2020. So yeah, I had 1 year of my 30s in somewhat normal.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
So my own fucking 30s was fucked off, and like I said, my 20s were I was working up to my 30s, like because there's things in your 30s you can't really do in your 20s because you just don't have the the skill level, the experience, the wisdom. So there were a lot of things that I still was like, I want to bang out in my 30s that are looking just like it's probably not going to happen now.
Oh man.
Because it's like, yeah, because your 30s, I feel like a lot of, like you said, because it takes a long time to get good at stuff. It takes a long time, and I was using my 20s and really building stuff up, like with my music and my video making stuff, and it's like I feel like I'm at the point where it's like I'm ready to go, and you're always gonna get better, but I don't know. It's yeah. So what I just realized it. Yeah, 31, and yeah, it's like I didn't even have. So that's why I wish I was at least 10 or 20 years older. But what are you gonna do?
Austin,
at least I'm not 20.
Oh my God, or 10.
10, yeah. Or like my sister's kid, who's not even who's a couple months old. He's completely fucked.
Oh my God.
He's not even. He's like 4 months old. He's done. I look at that kid every day. Every time my sister brings him over, I'm like, oh, this poor kid. He's fucked.
Oh.
He is. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Future Boy's 44. He says I'm 44.
Yeah, we're pretty much the same age. I'm pretty much the same age as Future Boy.
Well, Gary says I'm a lucky man. I'm like, I don't feel lucky. I feel like you're lucky.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's nice to always be younger, but it's also like I'd rather be younger when you were younger. Like, I'd rather be younger, like, oh, man. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a real shame.
Austin says apparently Batman Returns was the first use of Dolby Digital in theaters. That's interesting. Yeah, I can remember that movie sounding pretty good. I saw it in the theater, and I can remember that very well might be true. And I think the first movie that was released with digital sound was Dick Tracy in 1990, because I can remember seeing Dick Tracy in 1990 in the theater and the sound just being like, wow. So I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure what kind of digital sound Dick Tracy was, but I think that was the first digital sound movie. But I remember Batman Returns sounding good as well.
Batman Returns. Which one was that?
The one from '92 with Michael Keaton and the Catwoman and the Penguin and.
Yeah, I know what you mean now. Okay, so the sound was a lot better in that movie than the original Batman.
Yeah, well, the original Batman, I pretty much only saw in the drive-in and second-run theater, so I didn't really I didn't see the first one in the decent theater, but.
Gotcha.
Austin says, "What do you think the unmade Batman 5 would have been like?" Are we talking about like if they? I don't know what that means. Unmade Batman 5. Do you mean like if they'd done something after Batman and Robin, or what's the question mean?
Yeah, which one's Batman 5? I think the most was 3 in the Nolan trilogy. I don't think they even got. They always.
Well, I mean, I think he might regard as the first one and being 1 and Batman Returns 2 and
Yeah.
Forever 3 and Robin 4.
It would have sucked probably. I think it would have sucked until Nolan came out.
Yeah,
honestly.
it would have been more nipple suits and
Yeah.
probably more whatever what was her name? The girl from whatever.
Yeah, it's a trash movie. I didn't like them. Even as a kid, I thought they were kind of lame.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I was happy to see Batman, but I was like, this movie's kind of cheesy, and I don't know.
The thing I do like about the 2 Joel Schumacher ones, which are Forever and Batman and Robin, was they had that one guy who was making scores in the early and mid 90s, and he had this really great sound. His name was like Elliot Goldenthal or something like that. If you've seen Alien, have you seen Alien 3, Matt? The third Alien movie?
I might have. It's one of those movies where like I think I saw it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, anyway,
I think I did see it. Yeah, I think I did see it, but like I was a kid and I don't remember.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah.
And I don't think it was good enough to watch again, so I never watched it again.
Anyway, this guy was doing music in the '90s for movies for a while, and he had an interesting sound, and he kind of disappeared. But he did the music for the Batman 3 and 4.
Alien 3 release date. Okay, that came out in '92. Gotcha. Yeah, I definitely saw this, but I only saw it one time. You know what I mean? Like I saw it on TV.
Yeah, I understand. Austin says they were going to do a Batman triumphant after Batman and Robin with Schumacher again directing, wanting to make a darker sequel. Too bad he screwed up and made that fluff that Batman and Robin. Interesting. Batman triumphant. That would have been kind of a dumb title.
They were just so cheesy. I don't know what they were trying to do with those movies.
Oh, I think Future Boy is talking in my in response to me talking about the Dick Tracy movie. He was never a Warren Beatty fan. Well, that's okay. Can't be fans of everything. He was probably a little too old to be Dick Tracy, but that's okay. He felt young.
Yeah. God, these movies were so weird. I'm looking at the pictures from Batman and Robin.
Oh, Austin
man.
says seeing Batman '89 in a cheap dollar theater in the '80s would have been epic. Yeah, me and my dad saw it at the drive-in. I think we saw it at the drive-in a couple times, and then a second-run theater later on. And yeah, that was kind of fun. God, that movie was way too dark for the drive-in, because if no one's ever been to a drive-in theater, it's darker than a normal theater. So like the dark scenes in movies are darker, and the Batman's just so dark. Is a lot of times you couldn't see anything, like unless people were smiling, you could see their teeth.
Oh my god! Why are the movies darker?
Because the distance that the light has to travel from the projector to the screen is just like
way too far,
like 3 or 4 times more than in an indoor theater.
They don't try to compensate, I guess, with brighter bulbs.
Yeah, I don't know about the details of that. One would think you'd have a brighter bulb, but I don't know the technical details on that. I think nowadays,
that's still nowadays that's the case.
No, I was just about to say, I think possibly nowadays it's different with the digital, because everything's digital now. So maybe it might be brighter now than it was then.
Austin says Warner was wanting Batman 3 to 4 to be more kid friendly. Simple as that. They just wanted more money.
Yeah, that's understandable. I guess you can understand where they're coming from, but they ruined it with their thought process.
Yeah.
Gary says Michael Keaton was a great Batman. That's true. Apparently there's this, I don't know if anyone's seen it, but like on the Flash TV show or something like that, he was supposed to have done an episode or come back as Batman in an episode of the Flash, which sounds cool to see, Michael Keaton back in the
he's coming back for the new Flash movie this year.
Was it for the movie, not the TV show?
He is coming back for the movie this year. Yep.
Oh, okay. So I had that confused. Well, that's kind of cool. Who's gonna play him in the movie then? The guy who played him in Justice League?
No, it's gonna be I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. No, Michael Keaton is coming back as Batman in the new movie.
No, who's playing the Flash in the Flash movie though? The kid.
Oh, the guy from the movie, yeah, from the last movie, yeah, it's the same Flash.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Yeah, playing the Justice League, correct. And then apparently, so Michael Keaton's coming back, and since it's gonna be like a multiverse type thing, and apparently Ben Affleck is coming back as well.
Huh. So did this new Spider-Man start this multiverse craze, or what's going on with?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think it was already in the making, but I think they were all. I don't know. I mean, it's technically by the comics, because the Flash does do stupid shit like that. But
so it's not really cheating; it's just doing what they did in the comics.
No. I don't know. Maybe Marvel was cheating. I don't know about Marvel with their multiverse, but apparently the Flash one. But I don't know enough about the character. I mean, I know that he can time travel and all that shit, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is something they're pulling out of their ass. I really don't know, to be honest. I don't know anything about.
Well, here's a question for
Flash.
you. Are you a comic book reader or just a comic book?
No.
You just like the
movies.
movies.
Like the movies.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Like movies. I don't read comics. I never did.
Yeah.
I just like the movies. I like the video games if they have a good video game.
Yeah, I hear you.
Did you read Austin's comments?
Let's see here. I'll read the one I haven't. He says, yeah, watching Batman 89 on VHS was very hard to see during the finale in the bell tower. Yeah, I can remember that. Imagine that, but worse at the drive-in.
And he says also 89 Batman is easier to see on DVD.
That's true. Let me ask everyone this question now. If anyone's got the original DVD of Batman from 97, it's double-sided. So on one side, I can't remember. It seems to me one side is full screen and the other side is widescreen. If you look at the scene where Ricky Vale is going to go down on the Joker, on both versions, they're like cut differently. Does anyone know this?
What do you mean she was going to go down on the Joker? I haven't seen
Well,
that in a while.
Vicky Vale at the end of the first Batman movie looked like she was gonna go. She was going.
Was that done on purpose? Like she was trying to fake him out?
Right, she was faking him out and kind of getting out of the way so Batman could punch him. But it looked like at the time like she was gonna do,
Yeah.
go down south, if you know what I mean. So, what's
And
really
didn't he look like? Didn't his face? Was his facial expression in the movie like, "Ooh," like him confirming she was going to go down?
right?
Down there?
His expression was in shock because he figured that's where she was going for a different reason than she really was. Yeah, right. So it was kind of a sexually
Right.
implied scene. But I think if you look at the pan and scan versus the widescreen on that DVD, it's like they're cut differently or somehow very subtly, like the dialogue. I don't know if one's like a TV cut. It's just really weird. I'll have to revisit that, and it's just really weird. But that brought me up or made me think about that. Yeah. Uh-huh.
You think he was the best Joker compared to
um
the other Jokers we've gotten?
no, I don't think he was the best. I mean, he was good for 1989, and I don't think he was the
Yeah.
best. I mean,
Did you like the Joker movie?
yeah, I never did review that because I guess I,
What happened? Yeah, I thought you would have reviewed that one.
yeah, I guess I didn't care about it enough to do a review. I guess I don't know even how I feel about it. It almost like it went. I guess I'm not crazy about it. What did you think about it?
I liked it the first time I saw it, but it's. I tried to rewatch it. It doesn't have, to me, it doesn't have much rewatchability. It's like a one hit. I don't know. It will. I don't think it'll stand the test of time. It's not like because a lot of people compare it to like Taxi Driver, and it's like, nah, Taxi Driver is like a classic movie that will always probably stand the test of time. I think Joker was just like good for the year, good for the times, but I don't think it'll be a classic like Taxi Driver.
Yeah, I guess my
problem trying to rip off Taxi Driver,
Yeah, my problem with it, I guess is just I don't know. It was just trying to be too freaking whatever the hell the word is, just dark or edgy.
Yeah.
And for me, I think it was trying too hard, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Yep. Definitely trying too hard. I mean, I liked it when I saw it, but I'll probably never watch it again.
I hear you. Yeah,
desire to.
I agree with the one-time viewing.
Yeah, which to me is not a sign of a good movie. Like like good in the sense that, like, to me, a good movie is like you could watch it again. At least the second time. I mean, it's I don't know. It's like shitty junk food or something. It's just you're not gonna want to eat it again
if you don't even have any desire.
Yeah, it's like that was kind of sweet and filled my appetite, but I don't want to eat that shit again.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just because it had things that were like. I guess my point is it had things that were entertaining the first time you saw it. It was like, whoa, there's a little bit of a wow factor of like, whoa, he's bashing the shit out of that dude. Okay, cool, right? There's a little like a little gore there, a little like shock value. But there's no substance to the movie. It's like once you've seen the shock value and you go to watch it again, it's like there's no real depth or shock. I mean, it's just shock value, and there's no depth to that movie. Obviously, people are probably losing their minds, going, "Oh my god, that was such a deep movie," and I don't think it was. I think it like you said, Nate, it was trying too hard, and it was not as I don't know. Second viewing, yeah. Once I got used to this, once the shock value wore off, there's nothing really there to.
And honestly, I mean, do we really want to see him, in his underwear or whatever? I don't.
Yeah, I just remembered that now you said that.
I mean, he's all pale and skinny, and in his underwear, it's like.
Yeah, he's a little fruity, but that's good for the times.
Yeah,
he's the little fruity Joker.
Hey, look at this, Austin. God. Austin, he. I'm not just saying Whistle and Dixie. He's correct. I'm correct. He says he's got the Batman 97 DVD, and yes, it's got a different edit at the end scene I'm talking about. How did you confirm that? Did you just look at it now, or do you remember that from before? But yeah, it's goofy. I'm gonna have to look at that.
Wow.
I mean, it's not a big deal. It's
What was
just
it?
a noticeable difference. I can't even remember what the difference is.
What did you think? I feel like I've asked you this before. I don't know if I asked you on Skype though. What did you? Yeah, I definitely asked you, but I think it was when I was in chat a while ago. What did you think of the It movies, the remakes?
Yeah, okay. So I've never been a big fan of the It thing at all, even, back with the movie from the 90s or anything. I guess because I hate clowns, I guess is probably the best reason why. I don't like
Gotcha.
clowns. I've never liked clowns like as a kid or anything. So I've never cared anything about the It movies. I guess I don't really have. eh, I can't explain it. It's just like no interest. Why? What are your thoughts?
Uh, Kind of how I feel about the Joker. Like there was a wow factor, and there when the first time watching it, there was because again you've never seen it before, so some of the stuff is shiny and nice, and like I said, it's okay the first time, but again, same thing. I try to watch like them again, like a second time, and once I already knew what was going to happen in the movie, there wasn't any substance to the movie. It was very I don't know, it was
So
shallow.
before you saw the new ones, had you seen the old one?
Yeah, I like the old ones. Yeah, I
Oh,
like the old ones, and I still
oh,
think the old ones are better.
okay, I see.
Yep. Yeah. My biggest gripe with the new ones is like it's just it's like the way they filmed it and made it might as well be every other generic fucking horror movie of the 2010s, right? But just with a it's it, like just with a take out the it part and it's a generic horror movie like like The Conjuring or the same shit. Insidious. It's like the same thing. It's just the way it's shot and the scares. It's just you know what I mean. It's like it was so generic feeling.
Yeah, it's a
It's
bummer.
just it just had the it name on it.
It's a bummer when, and this is my problem with movies of the 21st century. It's like back in the day, a movie used to have a particular producers and directors feel like fingerprints to it. Now, movies are made supposedly by all these different people, but they all have the same feeling as if they were made by the same person.
Yep.
Just this corporate by the numbers thing, and it goes for every aspect of production, the costumes, music, production design, photography, editing. It's just like, ugh.
Yep. Paint by corporate numbers. Yep. That's exactly what it felt like in
And
the
it
worst way.
it
So
actually it actually seems almost like, and I'm almost wondering if like AI is making these movies. Actually, the more I'm seeing them, it's just like they're so soulless. It's just like God. And how long before AI is making movies and just in the digital space, and they're not even filming movies anymore?
uh yeah. I mean, we could already be there, and we have the technology to do that already.
I
I mean,
know.
to be just as shitty as the movies you're watching now. So,
You were talking about video games last week, and the fact that you were fine
there's
with
nothing
like
coming out.
PS1 games, and you're not too keen on like watching cutscenes in video games. If you want to watch a
Yeah,
movie, you'll watch a movie.
correct. Yep.
So what you'd probably agree with the fact that my observation has been that in the 21st century, that movies, video games have become more like movies, and movies are looking more like video
Correct.
games. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yep. And there's not a lot of good video games coming out. I mean, the creativity in general, all across the board. It's not just movies. It's like the video games that are coming out are shit. They're soulless. They're dumbed down. They're it's like all across the board. I mean, I just like I can't think of any really. Oh, okay, I might see the Batman. Hopefully that's good. there's really no games I'm looking forward to. There's like maybe one game I'm like, hopefully that's good. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty sad. You know, like well, maybe one game this year might come out that I like. I mean, that's pretty sad. Like, especially I don't know. It's hey, like I said, I wish I was older. I wish I was, or I wish I lived my life back in the heyday.
Oh man, I'm sorry, man, but I guess
That's all right.
I guess what you got to do is be grateful you're as old as you are. That's what I
I
say to
know.
myself.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's a little easier for you because you are older than me.
Yeah,
like if I was your age, I would be a lot. Well, I'm so grateful that I am in. Like I said, my 30s were fucked off. So I mean, it's
yeah.
your 30s weren't fucked off. So it's like I don't know. I get what you're saying though. It's like yeah, it's I don't know. It's harder to be. That's for sure.
I understand. I hear you. I'm sorry, man. I feel
That's all right.
I feel bad.
I mean, said I'm happy that I at least experienced my 20s. I am grateful for that. Like, because I think the 20s are the most important. I mean, your 20s, like, that's still like almost that is still your youth. You know what I mean? Like, so I am very happy that I experienced my 20s.
Yeah.
Because I can't even imagine not having all of my 20s. Like that would
Oh.
have really fucking sucked.
Oh.
Oh my god. I mean, like you said, I would go out. In my 20s, used to go out to bars. You meet women, and I mean, Jesus, I can't even imagine having that taken away prematurely. Like that would have just been, and oh man, yeah. I'm getting a little off track, but yeah, yeah. So I'm happy about that. I can't even imagine these people now in their 20s and teens. It's just, you're just like, it's painful. It's painful for them,
So Austin, I guess he did notice that on that Batman DVD a long time ago, and DVD reviewers have pointed it out, and he agrees. Yep, these newer movies have no rewatchability. That's the problem. Yeah, that is the case a lot of the times.
Yeah.
And he thinks Joker was okay.
Yeah.
He didn't see what the big deal was. Yeah, that it's interesting with like the last couple movies with. Well, I guess the Joker was technically in that first. I don't keep track much anymore, but he was in that first, whatever the hell it was, Suicide Squad. But if you,
oh god,
right? So, but it's
movie.
interesting the Joker movies, at least the ones with Dark Knight and the Joker movie, how there was this big, huge like worship around those movies.
Yeah.
Oh, you see Gary's little pat on the back for you?
Let me see. Please don't worry about shit. I mean, there's nothing to worry about because it's over. Worrying requires there's like a future. There's like, you know what I mean? Like you worry about your kid's safety because it's like he might have, like I said, because your kid might, you worry about safety because your kid still has a life. Your kid's not gonna die. I don't know. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I worry. It's because it's already over. It's already like,
yeah.
I worry about.
I'm kind of wondering what he meant. I think maybe perhaps he can clarify, but I think the way I'm kind of taking it is it's easy for him to say, being
I
51.
I hate to say this. It is easier for you guys to say because it's like the equivalent of a guy who's. Yeah, I'm trying to make a comparison. It's like,
well,
someone who's ate every good food in the world, and versus someone who's like, man, I've been eating beans and rice, and I really wish I ate a pizza. And you're like, don't worry about it, man. As you ate every fucking pizza in the world, and it's like easy. It's really easy to say. It's like, would you like to eat more pizza again? Sure, everyone would, but it's the difference between having all the pizza in the world and then never having it again after you still like, well, at least I had the pizza. I had many years eating pizza. It was fun. It was cool. Versus now, you can't ever eat the pizza. Like you never had it, and you can never eat it. It's I don't know. It's not really.
I think I know how Matt would. Let me do your response to this next. I mean, you gotta. We appreciate where Gary's coming from. He's
yes.
trying to genuinely. But I got the I got Matt's response for this question. He says that there's always going to be a future, and Matt would be. I'm going to do my best East Coast accent.
Okay.
Sure, it's easy for you to
I
say.
sound like a New Yorker.
No, you sound like what you are. I can't do your accent because it's so barely there, but it's there. Yeah, I can't do it. But
Okay.
but anyway, your response to that would be, well, I don't know. It's easy to say it as a future, but I don't know.
Yeah.
What's Matt's genuine response to there's always going to be a
There's
future?
always a future.
Yeah, a future of what though?
Future. Yeah, you're right. There is always. Yeah, I would agree with that. The future of what? Yeah, you're right. There is always a future, but
A future of
what? Like dystopian nightmare? Like like there was a future for people living in Nightmare on Elm Street. Like there's a future for people living in every dystopian movie you saw. But
yeah, 1984.
Would you want to live in their future?
But we appreciate. I think we both appreciate Gary's attempts at.
Yeah.
We
lightening the mood.
Yeah, we do. Thank you, Gary. But we always have a counter answer, don't we?
There are just things in life that you got to know that the game is over. The battle's done. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like there are just things in this situation. It's like the battle's done. The game's over. It's like it's like we're not coming back from this. This is
well. It's like what you said last week in regards to the picking your seats with the theaters. Once that came,
yeah.
And once that
that
was really tragic when you mentioned that one theater that you had, the classic that disappeared.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not coming back. It's like, this is the and you could say the same thing about this society and where we're going. It's like once I think you knew this, I knew this when 2020 rolled around. That was like my version of like overall. Like I knew where this was heading to. Because I saw the forest through the trees or whatever you would say. Like I knew this was all leading up to 2020. I knew that our society already was unstable. The economy, none of this was going to work out in the end. And in 2020, I saw like, okay, this is the answer to this, and we're not going back. Like, you know what I mean? So it was like once that hit, I was like, yeah, and it's looking like correct. Like I mean, I'm sure everyone can agree that 2020 was actually probably a better year than what we're having right now. Like we're already off to a worse start in 2022, and 2021 was shittier than 2020. I mean, it just gets worse and worse. So
yeah,
and that's just the reality of it. It's like
and
I'm not going to live in La La Land.
And to come to your defense, people, this is a quote unquote movie channel. I think a lot of people wonder, they voiced this in the chat, like, why do you always end up back to that topic? Well, when it's all, when it's all that's going on, it's hard not to end up back at that topic in your defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish it wasn't the case. I wish, I would never speak about this shit ever, but this is how they're, because it all ties into everything. It's like they're ruining your world right now, and it's like it's going to ruin everything. It's not just going to your movies. Because why? There's no reason we should only be talking about old movies. There's no reason. We should have new movies coming out that are awesome all the time.
Yeah, well,
but we don't. And we probably never will.
Looks like Gary's going to head out, but he does offer this little bit here. It's tragic. Sorry to hear it. He says his brother offed himself in '96. We have to think things get better. Well,
I mean,
yeah. Anyway, how if Gary's still around? I mean, how old was your brother? When we're definitely sorry to hear that. That must have been not easy for you and the family. And Austin also says they could have just cast Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker in Dark Knight Rises and have the Joker again. Yeah, but a lot of people would have been like, well, that's not fair to Heath and all that kind of stuff. So, oh my God, his brother was 21. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that, Gary.
Yeah, it's pretty young.
Yeah, that must have been not easy. Yeah, see, this is where, it comes into play where different people's different life experiences, they have different perspectives, and yeah, that's understandable and stuff. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we're sorry to hear about that. That must have been a bummer. It's probably not easy for Gary to hear about us all talking negative when he experienced that, but at the same time, we're experiencing what we're experiencing,
Yep.
and eh, but we do that. We once again we appreciate your words of positivity, Gary, or I do anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could make a good argument, and I have that the whole, there are things to be positive about. Absolutely right. There's always something to be positive about, but I just view positivity. I mean, they've really conditioned the masses to be like, it really is dystopian. Like, oh, always you have to be positive. It's be positive all the time, even no matter what's happening around you. Be positive. I mean, that's part of the whole dystopian nightmare situation in itself. Because then you have people that will drug themselves to be happy. I mean, they'll do everything they can because it's literally enforced to be happy and positive, even though the world could be literally burning around them.
Yeah,
Um,
I guess I would agree with that. The positivity thing.
it's kind of I would say is there's a reason they push it so hard. It's kind of half the reason we got to the where we are now. If people were less positive and more like more actually angry, sad, just reacting to the world around them without any type of filter. Like, okay, so if something's making them sad, they're sad and they fix, because usually sad and angry people, they're going to be more, it's like they're going to try to fix the situation. So if you're just, if people get conditioned to always be happy and here, take this pill and do this, then you'll just stay in this like blissful, it's almost delusional. It's like you shouldn't be happy. You shouldn't be positive in a lot of cases. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, you got a great point, which is, if I'm understanding correctly, it's the same thing. Like, if you take it from a mental standpoint and make a physical, you change it to a physical thing. Let's say you get your, you get a big gash in your leg or something like that. You're bleeding profusely. You're not going to
Yeah.
say, oh well, that's a bummer, but that it happened, but I'm going to push through. And meantime, it bleeds and bleeds and bleeds.
Yep.
And you end up, dying because you bled out.
And this is just just instead of dying quickly, like bleeding out like that, it's like, no, you're going to die a slow death, like over 20, 30, 40 years. It's going to be like a slow poison, like a little drip of poison every day. And they're going to slowly bleed you out or kill you or whatever. Or you're going to do it to yourself because you didn't want to no one wanted to fix the actual problem. It's like, we have emotions. We have all these other emotions for a reason. I mean, sometimes people are just sad for no reason. I get that. And sometimes people are just way too angry all the time. But for most people, it's like,
there's a reason these
there's a
emotions
reason.
are here. And if we're feeling wronged or cheated or bad, maybe there's a reason for it. Yeah, I hear
There
you.
absolutely is. Yeah. But then you take in, you could argue this has been going on for a very long time because we live in a very Christian society, or we did. And Christianity is all about, just forgiving your enemies and, loving everyone, and, no matter what, just don't, you know what I mean? Just always, I mean, Christianity is probably the worst, I mean, that was probably 90%. Yeah. That's like the worst, corporate, or they push this shit the most of, like, just, you know what I mean? Just, it's all about, I don't know. It's all about basically not doing anything, but just talk to yourself in your head and don't do anything and forgive everyone no matter what they've done, and just be like a good slave, basically.
It's interesting.
And
It's interesting how we've got, even though they're
you're
supposed
cutting
to
out a
be.
bit.
Oh, what about this?
Oh, you're good now. You're good now.
It's
You're good now. You're good
interesting
now.
that even though it's supposed to be a separation of church and state, it's kind of like, if we are getting screwed, we're supposed to turn the other cheek, but we can't screw, if we screw them being the ones in control, then it's consequences. So it's like the people that are pushing this ideology on us to turn the other cheek, they don't practice it themselves.
No, not at all. No, I mean they push it on us because it's pretty obvious why they push it on us to turn the other cheek. The Christianity in itself, it's like totally. And again, I think that's the main reason we've gotten to where we are because we still had a nation like our ancestors were mainly all Christians and they all believed in this shit and they let so much evil shit just go unchecked because their religion said just forgive everyone. Let God sort it out.
Well, how come the government? Yeah. So then, how come the government doesn't forgive criminals and forgive people for things that they fine them for?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. And after I don't want after those towers came down, we certainly didn't forgive those people, did we? We didn't.
Yeah. So
it's
it's
like, oh yeah.
turn the other cheek when it's convenient for them, but they won't do it when it's convenient for them.
Yep.
But
it's pretty bad, and that's where we're at now. And now they've turned the dial up on positivity stuff, and apparently this was done. I'm not too well versed on the Soviet Union, but apparently I know a guy who's pretty well versed, and he told me like they were doing this shit in the Soviet Union. Like you had to put a smile on in the Soviet Union and act like everything was okay. That was actually a big part of.
so what are we talking? The 80s or 60s or
all the way back. Whenever I guess all throughout. I don't know exact time frame, but basically when the Soviet Union was in its heyday, like you were expected to put the smile on and act like everything was all right. You know what I mean?
All right. So I think the chat wants us to, we've been talking that for a while. How about a little bit of movie talk for a little bit? So, Jose Gomez, if you didn't know, Matt, shows up and just name drops a title and the year it came out. So,
yeah, I remember him.
Have you have you seen Sleepwalkers?
No.
Okay, that was a big movie in '92 because it had some of the morphing.
Was Jose was that the guy we thought was a bot for a while that we still don't know?
Yeah, he still might be.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. The name sounded familiar. Is this a vampire movie?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, they look weird.
Yeah, it's got some of the first early 90s morphing, which was a big deal. Austin says Sleepwalkers was a decent King movie. I'm pretty sure I reviewed it if anyone wants to know how I feel about it. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Austin says favorite Die Hard sequel. Gary says the one with Simon Says, which is, I think, the third one. My favorite is wait, he says sequel. Oh, okay. I was going to say the first movie, but he asked sequel. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I probably like Die Hard 2 more than the third one because I just like the snow environment. What about what does Matt think?
I don't. Again, Die Hard is something I saw once maybe, and I never was that into them.
Okay, so Matt may have never seen all of them.
No, I don't think I have.
And for the record, the one with Simon Says is Die Hard with a Vengeance.
I saw that one, the Simon Says one.
Oh, okay.
I think I saw that in theaters. Yeah, I saw that. I think in theaters.
Oh wow, you must have been young.
When did it come out? That one.
God, 95 or.
Okay, I saw. Yeah, I saw it in theaters. Yeah.
Wow, you were young.
Because I remember seeing one of those movies in theaters, and when you said the Simon Says, I remember the villain saying that shit all the time. Yeah. And then the other Die Hards. I don't know. I think I saw I did see the newer one that came out like what, 08, I want to say, 07.
Yeah, that was
I saw that on DVD.
I can't remember which one that was.
That was pretty good.
I can't remember if that was I can't remember. I get the two last ones confused. That was Live Free or Die Hard, I think.
Yeah, that was good though. I thought that was actually good. I thought that was actually I like that one. Like I guess I wasn't a big fan of the older Die Hards as much, but I don't know. I like that one. That was probably my favorite that I've seen. Have you seen? Speaking of, I don't know why it's popped in my head. Have you seen? Have you seen VHS horror movies? I feel like I've asked you. But
Oh yeah, yeah. You suggested it, but I told you I don't like found footage.
Oh, I know, but they were good though. Have you seen what's that movie? They made a couple of them. It's called it came out in 2009 called Rampage. Where the guy goes on like a literal rampage.
Yeah, I can't say that even rings a bell. Yeah.
Oh, you never saw that movie? Okay. They made the first two I thought were pretty good. I never saw the third. I think they even made a fourth one. But yeah, it was I thought it was pretty good. Like, it's basically 2009 is about a guy who is very misanthropic, as I can very well relate to, and and he just makes a plan to basically go on a shooting, shoots his whole town up.
Oh, like whoa! Be careful.
Oh, it's the movie though. I'm talking about the movie.
We're right, but I mean, okay, yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna say yeah. I'm not saying like yeah. But that's the movie plot. Is the guy goes on a shooting, and we're talking about movies though. That's what YouTube wants us to talk about.
Yeah, but you got to say that's the horrendous, unthinkable movie plot about the guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kip, you're like, I can understand why he did that. No, it was a good movie though. I mean, it wasn't like it was I don't know. It was good because it was like I've never seen a movie like that. You know what I mean? Like I'm like shocked that they made that movie. I think it got a lot of backlash, but it's like, damn, they actually made this movie. Because if you watch the trailer, you're like, holy shit, he's just. I mean, it's not like there's some grand cause of why he's doing it. He just snaps and goes, fuck it, And that's the movie. It's called Rampage. It's just like, okay.
Well, you might like Falling Down. Have you seen Falling Down?
Yeah, I haven't seen the whole movie, but it's like Falling Down, but like way more gory and graphic and fucked up.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's like Falling Down. Falling Down made sense. It was like, it's like there's comedic parts to it. It's like still feels like a movie. This just feels like a documentary the way they shot it.
Okay.
It's just I'm surprised you never saw it.
Yeah.
At least check out the trailer. I enjoyed it. It was fun.
And you said there's more than one?
Yeah, they made I don't know how many they ended up making, but the first two are the only ones I saw. Because I think the third one looked kind of and they may have made a fourth one, but the first two are, I think, the only ones that I probably worth watching. But yeah, they made at least three. They might have made a fourth one, but I don't know.
Austin says to Gary, I love the scene in Harlem in Die Hard 3 where he has to wear that quote unquote sign. I don't know if you remember, Matt, but I think it's like a racially divisive sign.
Yeah.
Pretty scary.
Oh God! But that was, what year was that?
95, yeah.
So can you imagine wearing that now though? Like, that would be like in 95. Like there would still be a lot of people that would just be like, whatever. You know what I mean? Crazy guy.
I'm surprised they don't. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't ban that movie now.
Yeah, or they have to censor it or something, dude.
Or they could with CG put something else on that sign.
Oh yeah. They might. Don't give them any ideas.
I can't even remember I think I remember what the sign says. It's like
I'm gonna look it up. I don't even.
Don't say it out loud, but I think
I'm not gonna say it out loud.
I hate N or something.
Okay. Yeah, like back in 95, that wouldn't have you would have gotten some people pissed off, but
not like now.
Not like now. That would be like, oh shit! Like you'd be on the national news or something. Right? Like they would put you on the fucking news. Oh man.
Austin asks if I've got Deadly Friend on Blu-ray. No, I got the DVD. I don't like it enough to get the Blu-ray. Why? Did you get it, Austin? Austin's got Falling Down on DVD. So do I. Austin, I've got it as well. Gary says he's seen Rampage. It's directed. I don't know what this means. It's directed of The Exorcist. What does that mean? The director of The Exorcist?
Oh, I don't know who directed it. I guess. I don't know. I don't know who the director was.
Okay. This is funny. Austin says the TV versions of Die Hard 3 censor the sign. I would imagine so.
Oh, shit. I'm going to look up what the sign Die Hard.
Oh, you didn't do that yet?
No, I was away from my computer. I feel like I've seen it before. Yeah. And he's like naked.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I think it looks like he's naked, like he's just holding the sign, and he's
Yeah, okay, could be,
he's
yeah.
got no shirt on, and yeah, I think he's naked. That was funny.
Oh, look at
Uh,
you've got people that changed him. I hate everybody. Maybe
yeah,
that's
I
the
hate everybody.
TV version, maybe.
Yeah, that wouldn't like no one would care if you had
You
a
know
sign
what?
saying I hate
I bet that's the
everybody.
TV version because he's got a shirt on.
Okay. Yeah,
I hate everybody.
like no one would care. It has no.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wear that sign down in Harlem. Oh no.
Yeah, you probably people having like probably a couple people would fist bump you.
Yeah,
Like, cool
exactly.
sign, bro. Like it wouldn't even today in today's world you would not get in trouble. No one would even care.
Nope.
I hate everybody. Okay, like okay,
I'm right with you.
yeah, like you might even get positive publicity. Like look at this brave man. Um, yeah. So yeah, you think they could have put some other word? I mean, I understand it was for TV, so that everybody like they could have put something else in there that would have been at least a little shocking. You know?
Well, you don't want to shock you on TV too much.
Yeah, it's true. Not for the kids, right?
What would you
But it's funny. But they probably didn't censor any of the shootings and stuff. Like, yeah, again, go kill people, but can't have some mean words.
So what was the word you'd put on there on TV if you were the president of this network?
Instead of saying quote unquote the N word, I would just said what the sign said, but just instead of saying the N word, you just say the blacks or whatever. Like what that would have been. That would have still been shocking, right? But it wouldn't have. You wouldn't have been able to. You know what I mean? Why
Yeah.
couldn't they have done that?
Oh my God.
Right? That would have still been all right for TV, right?
Maybe.
Like, is it at least you would have gotten the. Because if you say I hate everybody, it's like it's gonna ruin the scene. Because they're gonna be like, why is this dramatic? It's because it's not dramatic anymore. Because but if you did replace that word with something that's technically not racist, but you still are saying something, it would have still gotten what the scene was trying to come across. But I don't run a TV network, and like you said, I don't know. They probably were just who the fuck knows. I don't know. I don't know why they censored it at all for TV. Just let it be a movie. I don't know.
I understand. Austin.
Like they played the movie. It was a violent fucking movie, and you're worried about that. I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, that's how they program people. Austin says, yeah, he's got the Deadly Friend on Blu-ray. Looks better than DVD. There's clips on YouTube of the sign scene. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan. If you've seen my Deadly Friend review, I'm just not a big enough fan of it to get the Blu-ray, but that's okay. It's funny how I don't imagine Matt's seen Deadly Friend.
No.
But it's got an early. I don't even know if you know who Christy Swanson is, but
no, maybe I might have seen her, but
it's got mid '80s Christy Swanson, and she's rather endowed on the top area, and it's funny how they've got her in these really loose fitting big shirts. It's just I always wonder if that was her choice to not feel exploited, or is just kind of a bummer from a perspective that I come from.
Yeah, they don't want to make you any pervert guys happy.
Yeah.
No, none of that. What was her name?
Christy Swanson, I think. Yeah, you're probably gonna type her up.
Yeah.
She was.
I've seen her before.
She was in the Buffy Vampire Slayer movie. That might be her biggest claim to fame.
Yeah, she was attractive.
Yeah, she was kind of top heavy, and they had her in them damn loose fitting shirts.
She's old now. I gotta look up younger.
Yeah.
It's like I get it. Oh, she was also in That's right. She was the real hot girl in that Adam Sandler movie with the kid. Remember the kid he adopted or whatever?
Oh, was she? Okay, good.
Yeah, she was the girlfriend. Yeah, because that's what came up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, super hot. Yeah, she was very attractive.
Yeah.
They don't make them like that anymore, or at least they don't put them on Holly Weird.
Yeah.
Anymore. Can't have attractive people on the movies.
Oh.
Do you see like attractive women like they used to put on movies? I don't anymore.
Oh, that's right. You asked this on a Nate and Beth show, and I had to take a rain check on the answer because Beth was folding her arms.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I think I understand what you mean. If you look at the Friday the 13th films from the 80s, I mean, compared to horror movies now, like like for example, that horrendous Black Christmas from 2019, it's like, that's got 4 girls as the leads, and it's just like, oh my God. So I think you're onto something about that. But
yeah, you don't see, I mean, men and women. Like there's, used to be very attractive men and women in movies that they would try to put in there, and now you see like really ugly leads now. You're like, oh God, that guy's not even average looking. That guy looks ugly as shit. That woman looks hideous.
Yeah,
they cast these people. I mean, they picked them out. It's not like they just, it's like they actively selected these people. So, but again, I told you, when my mom was watching Lifetime, she watches the shitty Lifetime movies, and I'm like, you see like really attractive people in there. Like, why aren't these people in movies? Like, why are these people? They look like models, and they're on some shitty Lifetime movie.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we seeing all these ugly actors in Hollywood? But the Lifetime movies, they still get the B-rated movies. They get the anyway. So what comment are we on?
Austin says apparently the DVD of the Scream Factory Blu-ray Deadly Friend. Wait. Oh, he says the DVD and the Scream Factory Blu-ray Deadly Friend is the X-rated version that the MPAA made Craven cut down to an R. So that like, did it slip through the cracks? I can remember that watching the DVD, thinking the gore was more extended than the tape. Now that you mention it, yeah. And for the record, Matt, you're not missing out on anything by not seeing Deadly Friend.
Okay, I didn't think so. The remake of Friday the 13th, I think, was still on the tail end of when they still had attractive people in movies.
Yeah, Gary says the Friday the 13th remake was full of silicone. That's true,
yeah,
but
they had some hot women in that, but that was still like, that was 2009, so they were still putting attractive people in movies then.
So sure. It was I did appreciate the one who was natural, actually, and the little sex scene with their little video camera. She was natural, but the other two were in fact silicone. Looked like they were like an A cup before the implants that I really hate are the ones that are the half circle with the nipple right in the middle there.
I don't like any implants, to be honest.
Oh well, some implants work if boy, Beth, I hope Beth never hears this back. But
she's probably, is she at work right now? She's like listening right now.
Yeah, I hope she's not.
You get like a text message. You're like, no. Is she at work?
I wouldn't. I don't know, but hopefully she's not listening. I think I've told her this as well, so it's not a big deal. But like the implants that work for me are the ones where they gotta have something to begin with, and the implant kind of just holds it up, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, like it. Yeah, that makes sense. Just routes. Yeah, like it doesn't. Yeah, like there's always something there to work with. They just make it a bit better. Yeah, because if there's not something there to work with, then it just looks completely.
Then it's the half sphere with the nipple right in the middle there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, not a fan. But yeah, I think 2009 we still had attractive people in movies, and then it's like after 2010. I don't know. It just got worse and worse.
The second decade, it degraded.
Yeah, and they just were like, we need ugly people. They probably even said in the ad, like, we need ugly people to star in her movie.
Oh, Gary Page called me out. He says Nate seems to be an expert. Yeah.
Oh no! Don't say that. She might be listening.
Yeah, I kind of, ever since I was a kid, I was fascinated with breastage. So I may be a little bit. I don't have any, degrees or anything like that. I'm self-taught.
Deadly Friend. Now that had an attractive woman in it. It looks like.
Well, that's Christy Swanson, probably. Did you?
Oh, okay. When she was really young there.
Yeah, exactly. So you see her in Deadly Friend.
Yeah, very attractive.
See what I mean? And they put her in these big, loose-fitting shirts.
There you go. But still, I mean, she was probably what, like in her early 20s there, late 20s?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, just in her prime. You know, you don't see women like that in movies anymore. Now it's just like, I mean, the thing is, they might have a couple of older women that are, I guess, attractive for being 40 plus, but like you said, they'll still put some of the women that were really attractive in their 20s, like, you know, in 30s, but like they're still putting them in movies. You know what I mean? Like they're like 60 now. It's like, well, she's 60, but you know what I mean? Like they'll put some of the old dime pieces in newer movies, but they're like really old now, so they're not really like attractive anymore. You know?
Oh, so your problem is they put formerly attractive women in movies, but not currently.
No new younger. Yeah, exactly. No younger women that are attractive. They just put the uglier, average-looking ones.
Yeah, it might be just more progression towards whatever, just
absolutely, yeah,
inclusivity.
Yeah, the agenda, exactly. And also, what they'll do is, I've noticed, is like, even if they have an attractive woman, they'll do everything to make her look unattractive. Like I said, they'll shave her head.
Oh yeah, there you go.
They do all sorts of stuff. Like, what do they do? What? So even when they do put an attractive woman, they make her unattractive.
That's a good point.
And so I guess you could say the same with the guys too. They'll do things to make them not look as. I mean, again, no homo, but obviously I know what everyone knows what an attractive guy looks like too, and they do the same shit with them.
Bummer. I guess I wouldn't notice that.
Well, they don't really even bother with putting. Now the guys, they just put, just guys that, like, they'll put guys in action movies. They're like, this guy's in an action movie. Like, I could probably take him. You know what I mean?
Oh.
It's like this guy. I'm supposed to believe this guy's the hero of the day. Okay, he's got like a list. Like, I'm not buying it, but whatever. Again, it's part of the programming, so it's a little far out there.
Austin says, not sure if that
it was kind of in style. Yeah, he's right. Sorry, I cut you off.
Not sure if the X cut slipped through, but guess Warner might have submitted the X-rated cut of Deadly Friend for an R. Yeah, who knows how? Oh, you were reading the other one here. Where
he is right. They did wear looser fitting stuff back then.
Well,
but,
okay.
When you're trying to show off the goods, you also want to, in a movie,
I guess Austin might have a point. I don't know. Like the Friday, I don't know, because a lot of the Friday movies from the 80s, they weren't wearing so much loose. But maybe I hear you. Okay, maybe that's an excuse for why that was loose. Whatever. Fine. Well, we're about 3 hours and 7 minutes into the show.
Wow.
Do you got food delivery coming today?
Me?
Yeah.
My aunt?
Well, last week you brought food.
Oh, no. No. Oh, actually, it was funny because I was listening back to that show on, what was that, Christmas?
Oh, well, which one? With Beth?
Yeah, the one where my aunt came.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you listen back to that, you can't hear my aunt say anything, but you could actually hear the knocking at the door.
Oh, yeah?
In the recording, yeah, you could hear the like the door knocking. Oh, that was so funny, though. I was laughing listening back to that because you could hear the knocking.
Yeah, I was worried for a couple seconds, but then I figured out what probably was going on.
Yeah, the aunt showed up, yeah. Now, I should have just sucked it up, and I should have answered with with it going live. Like, that would have been really funny.
Yeah, next time you can do that.
She lives. Yeah, that's the thing. Next time, I don't know if there's gonna be next time because like she lives in Utah, so I think she'll visit, but yeah, it's like it's not like I thank God I don't see her. So
okay.
Gary says I should build a cinema in a shed. I could.
In your shed, yeah.
Yeah, in my shed, yeah. Build the cinema, just boom. I'm trying to move out of here though.
Okay, so this comes up. I don't think we've ever you've talked about it in chat, but I don't think we've ever talked on Skype about your desire, like where do you think you're gonna go now?
Oh man. I mean, I don't know. It's I mean, I would like to, because I don't know if I'm going to move somewhere and then move again. You know, like make another jump. Like, I don't know if I'm just going to move somewhere and then that'll be the end. And I can, I just got to get out of Pennsylvania. I got to get out of the shed. I'm looking at West Virginia right now because it's cheap and it's kind of rural, and there's not, but I don't know if it's going to be like, oh, I'm going to stay there, because part of me wants to move. Part of me just wants to move out to the desert or something, like if the property's really cheap, and just accept that I'm going to have to live like off the grid in a desert, But obviously, I really can't make that much of a jump from here to the desert. I mean, I guess I could, but I don't know. It just seems like overwhelming to, like, I'm going to move my first time all the way out to the other side of the country and to the desert. You know what I mean? In one shot. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, I could, but
so you think it'd be less painful to make a gradual crawl across?
yeah, to get my shit out of here, and then I'll be in West Virginia, and then it's like, but then on the flip side, if my end result is wanting to go out to a desert, I would be wasting money and time going to West Virginia. So I don't know.
It's something you gotta ponder.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I got to get out of here though. But got to move out of PA. It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
How long has that sentiment been in your mind?
Oh, since I built the shed. I mean, I built the shed because I wanted to move. I mean, I only built the shed to just not be in my parents' house. But it was never going to be a long-term thing. I mean, it's going on way too long already, but it's been over 2 years I've lived in this shed. So yeah, it's, oh man, because I can't live in I don't know. But the thing is, prior to 2020, I didn't have plans on going to West Virginia. I would have rather have moved to, like, I don't even know, like South Carolina or Georgia or maybe Tennessee. I don't know. You know what I mean? I was kind of up in there between those places, maybe even Kentucky. But now it's like now the conditions have changed. Now it's like we don't live in that world anymore, and now I've kind of accepted that I probably have to live semi off grid, and there's, like I said earlier, there's no future now. So it's like, because before I still wanted to move somewhere where there was like civilization. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now it's like, now the criteria is like, yeah, we're going to get away from the civilization shit because, there is none.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It sucks. I mean, Harvey just thinks, I mean, I would go to a different country, but this whole world's completely fucked now.
Right. There's like, you got to go to a different planet. It's to the point.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like there's nowhere to run or hide. It's like you're in a horror movie now. You're in a horror movie and Michael's coming. It's like he's coming. Like, can't hide anywhere, dude. I don't know. Maybe all you could do is buy some time. That's all. Like I think you had mentioned, like, even if you go off grid, you live in the middle of the desert. It's like they're coming for you one way or the other. It's like they're not going to leave you alone. I mean, they're eventually going to get to you.
I know what sucks about the last 2 years and the years ahead of us is it's like everything changes so. Everything you can't plan anything anymore.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, if I go to West Virginia, I'm doing it because I can't. You're right, because I can't plan anything. I literally can't plan anything. So I'm just going there as like an easy move because it's cheap now. But like, I'm not going to go there and be like, oh, I'm going to stay here for a while. It's like, well, I might have to move again, or I might have to change plans again because there's really no. Yeah, you can't plan anything. There's because there's no steady future that you can be like, that's what's going to happen next year,
Yeah, because, any week they could say, well, this is the turn that the world's going to take now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they could make off-grid living literally illegal and hunt me down like tomorrow.
A crime. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, whatever. I mean, whatever they want to do, they can clearly do it now with no resistance. So I mean, you don't know what they're gonna do. So, or like you said, because I didn't get my because I forgot to take my medicine. I didn't forget, but since I didn't take my medicine, they may just make me illegal,
Yep.
And then I'm enemy of the state. So the guy who just sat in his shed for a couple of years and didn't really do anything. I'm somehow responsible for all this crazy shit. Okay, okay, but people will buy it. That's the that people will buy it. People are that fucking dumb, and also they just want to buy it. They want to believe that you and me are responsible. They want to, they want to put the blame on us because we're easier targets. So they think.
Yeah.
And are you staying where you're staying?
Am I what?
Are you gonna? You said you're gonna live where you're gonna live, pretty much till the day you die, kind of thing, or?
Yeah, I've got no plans to move. And in regards to your question, how the hell I stand the winter, I mean, if you've been here your whole life, I guess you're just used to it. And it actually, the bitter cold doesn't last for that long. You kind of just bundle up through the bitter cold. It's not even months. It's like, it's just like weeks of just that really bitter cold stuff. So you just trudge through it. And yeah, I've got no plans to ever really move anywhere. So
do you ever take bicycle trips on the bitter cold days?
Like no.
No. Why not? Just
because when it's below 50 and you're moving and then you're creating by moving through the wind, it's basically it becomes windy. I mean, it's cold to like bike, at least for me. Like,
you take walks?
Oh, I walk all winter, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you'll walk when it's really cold out, just
oh yeah, I used to do things winters ago where it used to be like, okay, how bundled up can I get? Like, can I go out and walk in this 10-degree below, and can I stay warm? So
damn, 10 below, holy shit.
Yeah, it became like a challenge to see how much I'd have to layer on to survive the walk.
Right. And you'll walk through the snow too, like on these trails, like just
right. Yeah. I don't really do it any much, I guess, anymore. I think I'm too lazy, but I used to do these things during the winter where if you have like, the snow cover and then it's like, you've overcast, like the night, it can be like so bright. You got,
do you have, same here.
Yep. Yeah, right. You got snow cover. So like on
it's super bright.
Overcast winter night, it's amazingly bright. So I'd go and walk in the middle of the night and in these wooded.
Oh, that must have been peaceful.
Wooded areas. Yep, exactly.
I used to love taking. I mean, I still do. I just haven't gone out much, but I used to love taking walks in the middle of the night, like in a trail. Like that was my favorite time. No one was out. It's dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I used to do. I should really get back into it, but I just too lazy. But those winter walks in, when you've got them bright nights, is really something in the woods.
Oh, and then also winter walks too at night, like even probably during the day. Is there anyone even out there when it's 10 below, even during the day? Like, are you pretty much alone?
I don't. I think I'd stick to more just doing it at night because I'd hate coming across. Because unfortunately, where I used to walk, people would go through with their dogs. So,
oh God,
I don't want to get into it, but yeah.
Yeah, I know they are when they got their doggy.
That's why I do it at night, because no one would be out there at night.
Yeah, that's true. They're scared of the night. These people are like, oh my God, the sun's not out. It must be all the bad people coming out. They're scared.
Looks like Gary's offering more support. Do you feel that when it warms up, you do feel better, Matt, or not?
I don't. The winter doesn't bother me like it used to. So I actually kind of started to like the winter more because the more I started to hate people, the more I liked weather that makes people not want to go outside.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So rainy, shitty days, I actually kind of like now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like going outside in a rainy, shitty day, are really, again, same with all of the winter, like when people don't want to go out and be out, so it doesn't, it's because as soon as spring comes around, you get to listen to, you know what I mean? Like in just nonstop lawnmowers and
that's his leaf blower impression.
Yeah. I can't even. It's just the worst sound. It's just nonstop. Yeah, nonstop leaf blowing.
Well, what about motorcycles?
Yeah, I hate the Harleys. I like the sport bikes. They sound good. But yeah, I forgot about the fucking stupid ass Harley. The fucking loud annoying Harleys. Yeah, they're Jesus Christ. They sound so bad. Like the beer gut boomer with his Harley.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't forget those people. They just every time I hear one, I'm just like, hey, hopefully he crashes. I wouldn't be missing anyone. That's for sure.
Yeah, that actually brings up a good point about the fact that naturally, someone would think naturally, things get better, mood would improve when it gets nicer, but it's almost the opposite. I mean, I've had stories about when I get back out on the bike trail, I forget about the negative aspects of the bike trail.
Yeah, of the people that surround it.
The people and the ever growing blinding lights they put on their bikes during the day, and it's just.
Well, do you wear? You don't wear, but do you don't wear any type of glasses to combat that now, or?
Well, if I generally wear sunglasses during the summer when I'm outdoors, but I mean, it doesn't do anything. I mean, I suppose it does something, but it's still fucking bright.
Even with the sunglasses on?
Even with the sunglasses, I always ride with sunglasses on. Those lights.
What about God, even with the sun, I mean, what are they putting on their fucking bikes?
These are like just blinding LED bike lights. They're really horrible.
What is the point of having that on during the day? Like, no fucking sense. And like, if you have it on, why don't you point it down? Right?
Well, because
why is it pointed straight out?
Then I won't see them, and I'll crash into them on the broad daylight.
Yeah, but like blinding. Yeah, but then all you see is the light. It's blind. These people are so stupid. It really is like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's like I would buy one of those. They have a flashlight that's like $200, but it's like the brightest flashlight you can get off Amazon. And if you've seen videos of this thing, I can't even imagine having to look at it. It's like 100,000 lumens. So like an average car headlight is like 2,000 lumens. So you do the math on how bright, and it's coming out off of one flashlight. So I can imagine just like when they just turn that sucker on. Oh, hopefully you see me, buddy. And he just like falls off his bike.
Yeah.
Or just get one of those flashing, like those like really bright strobe lights. Just turn that on right in his eye. These people are assholes.
That's what some of these people do. Some of these, bicycle headlights do flash, and which makes it even worse. So, it's going to give you a seizure. I mean, I'm not prone to seizures, but I mean, these lights.
Would you say majority of people have them on now, or is it only like one dickhead?
It does seem like the numbers are growing, unfortunately. If I had to estimate, maybe it's, what the hell percentage would I say? Oh, God. I don't know. It might be 20 or 25%. Between 15 and 25% of the bikes I see, maybe.
And, that's how I guess they operate. One asshole sees another one with the LED light and goes, "Oh, I should go get one now." And then they go get one, and now they're right. Isn't that how it usually works?
Probably. So this is the thing. I can understand if you're biking on the street where there's traffic and wanting to be seen, but if you're on a bike trail where all there is bikes, or people rollerblading or walking or jogging, I mean, why we're gonna see you in the broad daylight without the light? I can't understand it.
Well, they do the same shit with cars. They'll put the daytime running lights on a car now. It's like, I can't see you during the middle of the day.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I guess it's just a thing to sell more light bulbs, I guess.
yeah. Idiots buy it. So
in the good old days on vehicles, except for I guess motorcycles. I mean, if it was daytime, you didn't have lights on. That's common sense.
No, nowadays, if it's a newer vehicle, they all have daytime running lights. It's like every fucking car has some type of light on during the day. It's just like, why? It's like, it's not cloudy out. It's not rainy. It's like middle of the day. It's sunny. I don't. Again, just sell more lights. Just it's safety. Gotta have a stupid light on. Gotta waste a light. Yeah, I can't stand those LED headlights when I drive. Like they're so oof.
Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, go ahead. Say your thought.
No, I was just saying, don't you notice them when you drive at night? Those LED headlights
Yeah, I actually don't drive much at night because of it. I mean, I don't like driving at night anymore.
because of the LED headlights, or just
Well,
because
I
in
guess
general?
in general, but I mean the headlights don't help either. Looks like Gary's given up on you. Ha ha, don't know
Uh,
what more I can do, Matthew. You're a lost case. Uh-oh.
yeah, I'm definitely a lost case. That's for sure. You're right about that. That's what. Don't waste your breath. I mean,
That
don't
that's
waste
what
your
his
energy.
that's what his mom says too.
You know. I mean, I live in a shed in the backyard of my parents' house, so
So
not
I mean, do
much.
your parent? I don't know if this is if I ask anything that's too private, you cannot
Okay.
answer. But I mean, do your parents regard you as being just how are you? We know how you regard your parents, but how do your parents think about you?
I don't really know because I don't ask them. I
Oh,
don't even
okay.
talk. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm probably not that well. Yeah, because I don't have a job. I haven't had a job in a while, so they're obsessed with jobs and working like most older people for some reason. I don't know what they're working for, but so yeah, probably not well because. But if I'm working at a stupid job, then I'm sure their opinion changes. Well,
Okay.
at least when I was back in the day.
Okay, I see.
So if you're not doing what like you said, if you're not doing what they're doing, then they're not gonna have a good opinion. That's how people work, right? Oh, he's not like me, so fuck him.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I don't know though. Like I said, I don't talk to them much. I try to stay in my shed. They just talk about the news and the boogeyman, and they talk about the typical bullshit. Money, money, money. It's all about money. So yeah.
Okay, well, I guess that answers that.
Yeah, I ultimately I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't care. I don't even want to know. Like, you know what I mean? Even if you were to tell me what they thought, I have no desire. I don't want to know. I don't care. It's like I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't even care. Like, don't. It's like if you were to tell me what they thought about me, I'd be like, I don't want to know. Don't tell me. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess I went on the tangent, but that's a big reason why I got to move out of the shed because I can't be living in their backyard for forever or even much longer.
Okay.
And then there's also the if you saw in the video that I think I may have brought this up, but there's those big ass trees that are right behind my shed, really tall trees, pine trees, like 100 feet probably, and they're really old pine trees. And like every year, there's a line of these pine trees you see in the video. Every year, it seems like one of them falls now because they're like I don't even know how old they are. They're really old. They've been well 100 feet. They've been their normal length the whole time I grew up in this house. So they're already like they could be 100 years old. I don't know. And pine trees don't live forever.
So
So my
you
point is, every year it seems like they're at the age where they're all starting to fall. Every year it's like one of them falls, and every single time they've fallen on this side of the property. So I'm just gonna keep assuming that most of those trees are probably gonna fall on this side. So that's another dilemma. And I never wanted to build the shed here because I was like, there's really big pine trees right there, and they're gonna fall eventually. I
Oh
could die.
man.
The shed's not gonna probably make it. But again, this goes back to like again, I don't. My dad was like, "Oh, it'll be fine." Like, no, it's not going to be fine. But he doesn't care. You know what I mean? So my point is, by the time this even this spring, when the weather starts, get more rainy, more thunderstorms, it's just like I'm risking it. Like every time I'm here during those type of weather events, it's like I'm like, is a tree gonna fall on me and kill me or destroy my shed? Like is it? So that's another reason I got to get out of here.
Yikes. I don't know if I'm glad to hear about that situation. So he's living in danger every minute he's in that shed.
Well, every time there's like a storm,
Oh my God.
they only fall when there's a storm. Or Summer Hill showed up.
Summer Hill's here. Anything Summer Hill's on his mind? Summer Hill is someone who said he's willing to Skype. I don't know. I think he's another one who doesn't
Oh,
have
really?
Skype.
It's late now, right?
Well, it's kind of late. Yeah, I don't.
I know.
I don't want to push people to Skype. I become a bully. I don't want to become a bully. But yeah, we've been doing this for
Yeah.
3.5 hours.
Is this the longest you've done your show for? Or you
I think I did I think I did nearly 4 hours last winter when it was like February and cabin fever.
Oh, one of your first shows? One of
Yeah.
your first shows?
Yeah.
Is February the worst? That's probably the worst time for cabin fever, I'd imagine.
Yeah, because
For you?
by then it's been weeks and weeks and weeks. February gets bad. A friend of my dad blew his brains out in February.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good time to take a vacation south, though, right?
Yeah, it would
any
be.
Money saved.
I'd say it would be.
Take the Miata down south.
There you go.
Drive it down to Texas or New Mexico or whatever, whatever. Hell, even if you drove it like a state or two down, I mean, that would be better than probably where you're at. Anything's better than the temperature that you're hitting.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. I mean, I think my winter's bad, but
Summer
Hill has to sign up for Skype as well. Wow.
All right. Well, let us know if that ever happens in the future. We'd be glad to. I am kind of surprised that we've only had 2 people that have Skyped, but that's okay.
Wanted to go on. Yeah, that is kind of. I would have thought that more people would have been like, "Yeah, I'm gonna come on the show." And who else is a regular that you haven't asked it? Like Summerhill, Gary Page.
I think I've pretty much asked everyone. That guy from Australia, Versimilitude, said he'd be interested in Skyping and talking Friday the 13th. But I think all the regulars have. I know where they stand on it at this point. I can't think of any other regular.
Maybe you'll get a new viewer that'll show up.
Someone who used to show up in the last winter was haven't seen him. I don't think at all this season was Iron Rooster. I don't know if you remember Iron Rooster.
Yeah.
So I don't know if.
What was your when? God, you've been doing the show for almost a year now.
No, last week it was a year, actually, exactly, yeah.
Did I show up when you first started doing it, or did I come after?
I can't even remember.
Oh, I remember showing up like in the wintertime of last year, so yeah, maybe. Wow, it's been that fucking long. That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? But I did take the summer off, so.
Yeah, but just the time lapse of.
Oh, that it's been going on for.
When did you stop doing the show? Like in May?
Yeah, I think it was May because it was just too nice, and I wasn't motivated, but I think we stopped.
And then when did you start doing it again?
I can't remember October, but I think we periodically did a Nate and Beth show over the summer, so it wasn't like nothing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you did do a Nate and Beth show like in the summer a few times.
So that helped.
Yeah, that was nice. And does Beth not like coming on as much anymore, or is she still just lukewarm about it? Or
well, it depends. As she said, it depends on what's going on in her life and what her mood is.
Yeah.
Looks like Gary's. It's 10 p.m. where Gary is. He says, "See you next week." Gary's leaving. Again, see you, Gary. Thanks for your words of support.
Right, see you, Gary.
Sorry they're falling on deaf ears.
Yeah, we're a lost cause. So at least Gary's happy. That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Someone's happy in our miserable chat.
Well, Gary,
I think we're the most miserable. I think everyone else in your chat's actually probably happier. It seems like.
Well, a lot of times people, if they're miserable, it's not. I don't know. Just because they're not bitching doesn't mean they're not miserable.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. That's a good point. Or they try to hide it, or they try to act like it's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we're not seeing them or talking to them, so we don't know. We don't know how they're feeling. Now, does Summerhill have his own channel? Or
yeah, he's one of the few people that show up in chat that actually makes videos. So he's a big movie buff, and he just did a cool video where he went to filming locations for Friday the 13th Part 8, which was kind of cool.
And where does he live? Is that disclosed? Or?
No, yeah, he says it. He's in Canada. I can't remember exactly where. He probably doesn't want.
Did they shoot Friday the 13th in Canada?
Yeah, the one that's supposed to take place in Manhattan was they shot a lot of stuff in Canada that doubled for Manhattan.
Oh, okay.
Just because it was cheaper.
Yeah, it's too much money, right?
Yeah.
Manhattan, even back then, probably. At least compared to. So, he's in Canada. Oh, that's horrible. I feel bad for him, honestly.
Are we talking? Are we talking about because of recent developments? Horrible.
Because of absolutely, yeah. Recent developments. It's getting bad over there.
Okay.
That's a shame.
That's too bad.
So he's in Canada.
British Columbia.
Okay. It's not bad. And then, God, it feels like most of your audience is in a different country. I feel like most people we talk to, besides Wade, it's like everyone else is in England, Australia, Canada.
Let's see here. I'm trying to think, what the hell's his name? Let me scan back up. Austin's in Oklahoma.
Okay.
So we've got Austin, what's his name used to show up, Iron Rooster, is in Mississippi.
Okay.
So we've got, it's kind of a balance of European and American listeners, and
then I'm the East Coast New Yorker.
You're the East Coaster. Yep.
East Coast. Do I really have that Costa? That
No, it's the accent that one would expect you'd have. It's that whatever, the Philadelphia. It's the thing. It's the thing that's like barely there.
Right.
From my perspective of being from the Midwest.
But you can tell that I'm not from the Midwest.
Right. It's just that slight thing in certain things you say. Yeah.
Yeah. I hate it. I don't like the Philadelphia New York accent.
The accent I can't stand is Boston. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, it's probably the worst. That is the worst of that accent. Yeah, that is the Boston. Hey guys, I'm from Boston. Guys, get in the car. Yeah, this country has gone downhill. Yeah, I'm from Boston. I hate that accent too. It's the worst. I mean, I don't mind. I actually don't mind the New York accent.
No.
I don't like the Philly accent. Like the Philly accent is different than the New York. I don't like the Philly accent, but the New Yorker is not. It's not so bad. It's like a tough guy accent when they're the biggest pussies.
Right.
Clearly, that's what's so funny. These New Yorkers try to act so tough, and it's like, no, you guys are probably the biggest pussies, and that was pretty evident in 2020. So don't even try to act like. Yeah. Anyway, I digress, but yeah, it's not so bad. And I like Southern. I like Southern accents. Not all of them, but like some of those Southern accents. Depending, I like the Southern accents. They're charming, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, isn't it something how there's variables? Like there's variables on the East Coast accent, there's variables on Southern, there's variables on like British. Yeah, some Southern accents I don't like if it's too much.
Yeah.
But if it's not too much, they're kind of fun. But
yeah. It really depends on the person. If it's like some dumb redneck, then the accent is just gonna sound terrible. But if it's like a smart person from whatever, Georgia, South Carolina, whatever you name it, Alabama, then it's like I don't know. It's like a very it's like a nice. I think it sounds nice. It's very gentleman-like, I guess. It's very what's the word? I don't know. It's soothing, It's calming. It's like, oh, they're friendly. They just sound friendly,
Did you say common?
Calming.
Oh, calming.
Sorry. Yeah, like a calm. Yeah, like a very hospitable accent, like a welcoming.
Isn't the South known for their hospitality?
Oh yeah. Have you been down south on the East Coast?
Well, only when I was a kid to Florida, and
Oh, Florida is not the South. Yeah. Florida is like arguably more crazy and fucked up than anywhere in the North.
Okay.
Because most people from Florida come from like New York and these shitty parts of the East Coast, and they all go to Florida. Yeah, Florida is not nice at all. There's no one. It's a bunch of crazy fucking assholes down in Florida. Southern charm in Florida.
Yeah.
But yeah, South Carolina, like parts of North Carolina, in Georgia, very Tennessee too. Very yeah, they're very. It's a lot slower of a pace of life down there. I don't know about now. I'm assuming it's still the same, but people are a lot more friendly. Like I mean, there's a bit of that fakeness. I'm not gonna lie, but uh, yeah, people aren't in a rush down there. It's a lot slower pace of life. It's just yeah, people are. Yeah, it's definitely not bullshit. Like I much prefer, and that's why I said prior to 2020, I would have wanted to live down in South Carolina. You know what I mean? Because I did like the people down there. I did it like I liked the slower pace of life. I found it in. You know what I mean? Like
So you visited there or what?
yeah, yeah. Well, we used to always vacation there
Oh,
growing up,
okay.
and then I did visit there a few times in my adulthood. You know what I mean? Like as an adult. And
Yeah.
yeah, and it's like you go down there, and it's like it's not people. It's not uncommon to see people just socializing at the gas station. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
wow.
people are in a rush to go do whatever. Like they'll find time to just talk to the cashier for like 20 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's just part of their. It's like you know what I mean. It's not like oh gotta go, see you later. Like up north, it's like I don't know if it's like that in your area. There's no small talk. It's just like oh see you later. I gotta go to my job. I gotta go to my kids' bullshit. I gotta go. They're always in a rush in the Northeast. You know, not always. I'm not always, but my point is,
Yeah, that
it's
seems to be maybe a big city kind of a trend, and maybe the smaller towns have the small chat.
yeah, that is true too. Because even yeah, it is more of a big city, and then big cities, and then I live like right outside of a big city, so I still get that big city hustle bullshit because it's still kind of congested. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's. I mean, the southern people have their accents and all, but yeah, I mean, when I get outside, yeah, when I get out in the rural parts of even my state, people, even in New York State, like outside of New York City, like yeah, even in the people are a lot more. I don't know. Yeah, like yeah. So I guess you're right in that sense because yeah, because I've talked to people in New York State, like in a town, and it seems like they were a lot more laid back. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably just that city bullshit. And then again, anywhere that surrounds the cities is a lot more congested, and you know what I mean. You still adopt that like bullshit. You know, it's whatever. Um, anyway, I went on a tirade rant, but yeah.
That's all right.
Yes, Summer Hill says this country has gone downhill. I would say this world is now
Yeah.
fucked. We can't even say America. Like and in some ways, America is actually still holding out the best from this. At least depending on where you live, you know.
Yeah, well,
So
that's one thing that as much as I have been bitching in the last couple years, that's one thing I'm grateful for. We could be in worse shape now, like other
way
places.
worse. Yeah, and if you notice, America, though we don't have crazy protests like some of these other countries in Europe are having, a lot of parts of this country there's no protest because most of the people aren't really going along with the agenda. You know what I mean? Like there's huge areas of this country that just people don't. They're not. You know what I mean? They're not going along with it at all. You know, and and we're really the last country that's still just like fuck. You know what I mean? Like fuck you. This is against my rights. You know what I mean? Like this isn't cool.
Yeah, I
Like
get.
you don't see that. You never saw. Like I mean, we've been like that for a long time. Well before 2020, there was always still that semblance of like fuck the government. You know, fuck you. You know, just that rebellious nature of, I guess you could argue that America was actually founded on. Like, you don't really see that in any other country. Like, it doesn't even really exist. They just do what they're told. So, so as much as I sometimes bitch about America, I gotta say the only people that anywhere for the most part in the world you're gonna find that more in higher numbers is here. You know.
That's true. We gotta give credit where it's due, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, because can you name a country where you're gonna find? Again, we're really spread out in America, which is the unfortunate part. But I can't think of a country where, I mean, there's people exist in other countries, but it's like they were not founded on that. Like it doesn't seem like it's as prevalent, you know? Because we were always like, oh, why do Americans want to have their guns? The stupid rednecks, you know? So, well, now you're starting to see why people like having their guns, right? You know?
That was a good Southern accent.
why you dumb Americans, you all your violence and your blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, Summerhill brings up a good point.
Oh, yeah, the revolution will not be televised. You're exactly right about that. That's one thing you will get. That is so true. They will not show you the revolution if there ever is one. That will not be anything they show you in that fucking television, even if it looks good. Like, oh, look, great. Oh, that's great. No. It's a trap. Like, they're gonna do everything they can to censor and shut out any type of revolt or resistance. You know what I mean? That'll never be shown, at least on the television. It'll be shown elsewhere on the internet, but so it's a good point.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I resist it. I mean, they don't show me on TV. Like, I've resisted it since it started. I've been giving people shit. I've been gotten into arguments with people at stores. I've been told put your beep on, and I said no. This is bullshit. Like, you know.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I will resist it with my last breath. I'm not gonna bend the knee. Not happening. It's not happening, dude. This is not worth living in. You're not gonna trample on my rights. It's not happening. The buck ends here.
That was another question I was gonna ask earlier. Like, these days, in the past couple years, like what keeps Matthew Heagerty going?
Probably just pure rage and hatred at this point. I just kind of embrace it and go, well, it's keeping me alive, so.
Okay.
It's my hatred for these people and my rage and what they've done. It's like it's what fuels me now. It's like what my tank has been given, you know.
Okay.
Go. What about you?
Yeah, it's a good question. What keeps me going? I mean, I can't really say the hope that things will get better anymore. That doesn't really apply. I mean,
No.
here's the answer to my own question. I guess what keeps me going short term is this is going to sound ridiculous, but it's like, I guess the fact knowing that it's going to get worse later helps me appreciate now. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, because it's like a mathematical proven fact that it's going to get worse. There's no evidence that it's going to get better, and it's only going to get worse. It's like you're going downhill on that roller coaster, and you'd be delusional to think that you're not going to keep going downhill when you can see you're going downhill, right? Like, there's no, you're going downhill on the roller coaster. You know you're going to keep going faster and going down. So, where before that wasn't always the case. So, like, things do go up and down. So, yeah, I guess, so you're saying, like, the fact that you know it's going to keep getting worse makes you appreciate the now and what you have even more. Because it's like, I guess even getting blinded by LED lights on your trail, you're like, well, I'm still on the trail, right? I don't know. Like, it's like I still can come out here.
I can come out on the trail without papers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or a drone flying above you and saying, you know what I mean? What's going on? What are you doing here? You know, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Or whatever the future holds. Yeah, a bicycle.
Or the fact that you're not in a prison or some type of camp
already,
right? You know, so or just dead. I don't know. At this rate. So yeah, it's like that's a fact. It's just going to get worse, and yeah, and only and then you could probably say the same thing with the economy. It's like if you have any money now that has value, you got to appreciate that. Like I'm blown away that when I swipe my debit card, I still can buy anything. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, it's
like I'm just shocked that I could actually still even go to a store and get anything. Like I'm still like, wow, like we still got that, like we still have that going on for now.
We're not yet kneeling down to the big brother for a handout.
Yeah, or I'm just saying that there's like, anything to buy, like things haven't collapsed to that level.
Oh,
like,
that's still,
you can buy anything.
It's still
not anything.
It still functions to some degree.
Some degree, yeah. There's delays and stuff that you want to get. it's like things are out of stock like crazy, but it's like, oh, well, the store's still open, you know? Well, the hours are reduced at a lot of these stores and no one can work at them, but I'm like, hey, they're still open, baby. You know? Hey, I got my hoagie. And it's like, I'll go online, Nate, and I'll read, like, you know, that website Nextdoor, like that nextdoor.com bullshit.
What is that?
It's like for soccer moms, and it's like a local community website app where, like, you would sign up for your local area and you basically just talk to people that live in your township area, you know?
Oh,
So people will post things, whatever. Oh, did you guys see this? You know, whatever. It's like a gossip site basically for your area. It's, you know.
so
So
what about it?
I'll read on there, like, to see what people around my area, like, what's on their mind, what's important to them right now, and it's like they'll be like blown away. They're like, I went to the pharmacy and they didn't have anything that I wanted, you know, or the service was really bad here. What's going on, guys? And like literally, this is shit. Like, what's going on? Why is it like this? What's going on? I'm like, are you fucking like? How much of a bubble do these fucking people live in? Here I am going, wow, I'm really shocked that these stores are even still here at all.
Yeah.
Like I'm going, wow, I'm blown away that they have anyone working at this store right now. And then you got some soccer mom being like bitching that her service wasn't good or that, you know, whatever. They didn't have this or that and I'm like, you people are fucking you are in for a rude awakening. Like the rudest bitch slap in the face that you could ever possibly imagine. It's coming for you, you know? What?
I'm just reacting to your thoughts.
But isn't that true though? I mean, you have people that, like, a lot of people on these, you know, that I read, like, around me, they're literally mad that the service at Chick-fil-A wasn't up to par. I'm like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, shit I've read. Like, I'm just like, I mean, do you know how, like, spoiled and entitled and delusional you sound, saying, like, these people they have no self-awareness at all, you know? Anyway, sorry.
That's all right. It's on your mind. But
Gary Page says, please bring Beth for the show.
yeah, that all depends on how she's feeling. But, you know, she's said that she wants to try to do an average of one a month. So that would make it, like I say,
Yeah.
she was all ready to go New Year's Eve, but I was
oh yeah, you were sick.
Was that
sick. Was that when you got off the mic all of a sudden? Was that when you were sick?
Yeah, I had to get off the mic so I didn't
throw up,
shit my pants. No, that was the runs.
Oh man, because you were just like, I gotta go. You know, I was like, oh shit, what happened to Nate? You're like, something happened. You know?
Yeah. I had to go to the toilet, and then when I came back, come to think of it, when I came back, I was actually feeling like I didn't know what was gonna happen or come out of where. Yeah, I had to. I was overtaken with illness.
Wow, and how long did that go on for?
Well, the feeling ill, it lasted maybe 3 or 4 days. But I had the shits for a week.
Wow. Yeah, the boogeyman got you, man. Summer Hill says
you got to edit it.
Okay. Oh my God! Oh, that's right, because he's in Canada. I remember an old fucker threatened to cause bodily harm because I wasn't strapping a beep onto my face. Are you still there?
I am.
Oh, okay, I heard a beep, and that was before they even became enforced. Can I say enforced?
I don't know.
Well, you know, I was speaking, you know. Yeah, so that's crazy, man. I mean, and what's that old piece of shit gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do, old man? You're gonna throw your hip out? You know what I mean? Like, calm down, old man.
Oh,
You're right. Like, because it's always some old fucking person, right?
Ugh.
Because I had a middle aged woman that worked at the Best Buy. I'll censor myself. She told me, above the nose, and I told you, Nate. I was just like,
Yeah.
no, this is all bullshit. And then she scurried off like a little mouse.
Yeah.
Sounds like someone's at your house.
No, that was my chair squeaking.
Oh, it sounded like like someone opened the door.
Oh yeah, it was a chair squeaking.
Do you have an old what kind of chair? Like what kind of chair do you use? Like old chair? Do you have like a nice chair?
Well, this particular chair is an old chair. Just yeah, I inherited it.
Oh wow! Is that what you use when you do your videos and stuff, or do you use it when you're at the computer? Is that your go-to chair for everything?
Well, this is just at the computer at the desk chair. This one.
Oh, okay.
And
do you have a special chair for when you do your videos?
Yeah, the chair I'm using for the winter videos is one of them camping or one of them director's chairs. I don't know if you've seen any videos when the channel started.
Yeah.
It's one of those directors.
One of those chairs?
Yeah, one of those director's chairs.
Are they? I don't know if I've sat in one of those for many years. Because it's not like you see those around everywhere. Are they comfortable?
Well, I guess it's more like a camping chair. The more I think about it, yeah.
Is it comfortable?
Yeah, it's surprisingly comfortable. I mean, back when I used to do reviews with Matt, who I started the channel with, I mean, we'd get together for a day and we'd sit in there and we'd just record one after another for like 3 hours. And
interesting. And now, do you still talk to that guy?
Yeah, I mean, that guy kind of just disappeared, and every now and then he'll like he left a comment on my 10 years of Huge Movie Fanatics video.
No shit. Wow.
And he'll pop up every few years and say he wants to get together to do reviews, and then my response is, okay, cool, let me know, and then I never hear from him.
How did you meet that guy? Like, how did you know him?
He was a coworker from a mom and pop video store.
Oh, okay. And is he still live? Still lives in the area. Like, did he live near you?
Yeah. I think he's even closer to me now than he was when we were doing the videos.
What made you guys want to like? What was it? His idea to start?
It was mine. See that the place we were working, the mom and pop video store, closed down when we were working there. And as the weeks approached, I was like, because when the shift changed, we'd talk movies, and I was like, God, as the closing of the store approached, I was like, I'm gonna miss talking movies with you, man. You want to start like a YouTube video, and we can continue to talk movie or YouTube channel, I mean, and we can continue to talk movies. And he was game, and we did it for as long as he felt like doing it. And then, well,
how long did he do it for with you?
So we started in 2011. So then he pretty much fizzled. I don't know, pretty much 2014. He came back in the spring of 15 was the last time we did something with him, but it would be, over the years, it would be less and less and less. And then I got to a point, I think in 2013 or 14, where, I mean, I didn't want to wait for him anymore. So I started doing my own videos. And
gotcha. That's a shame. He seemed like he was pretty good too with you and him.
Well, he was, another movie geek who was perhaps even more geeky about. I mean, he really liked the superhero stuff, and
gotcha.
So I think we were a good kind of pairing, but the contact from him kind of just waned. And like I say, when he shows up and suggests a show, I say, okay, let me know. And when you never hear anything back, I mean, I kind of just leave it at that,
Yeah, flaky. Does he have a wife and kids? Does he have he has a?
Yeah, I think I can say this without putting too much out there, that he's got married and has at least one child. So I mean, obviously
that makes sense. Yeah,
things become less doable then.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Because you're dedicated to this channel. I mean, you're popping out video, right? Like you're popping video after video out.
I try. It kind of helps to keep me sane, honestly. Just keep your mind distracted.
No, yeah. That should probably. Yeah, I gotta find some ways to do the same. But what was I gonna say? Where were you guys filming those early videos? Like at a pool? Like it was up? Like you were? Where was that?
That
Like
was
that
a
was.
apartment complex where he was residing at the time.
Oh, they were. It was kind of cool filming location,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
that's what I thought too. Pretty cool, like game room. It made us look like we were filthy rich.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I liked it.
But if you see some of the early bloopers of those years, I mean, you can see when we're in the game room, people coming in and getting ready to play pool and stuff. So,
yeah, well, yeah, you got to work around that. Was that game room open late at night, or they closed it at a certain
well,
hour?
I don't know. We'd only do reviews during the day, so
Yeah, be cool if you guys were in there in the middle of the night just cranking out videos.
yeah, I imagine you'd be able to access it at all times with the
Yeah,
key.
usually you can. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's pretty cool. And what? That was when did that mom and pop store close down? Was that like 08, 09?
Well, how's this for cool? If you go and look at the channel, this channel in the beginning of it, the start date is June 30th, 2011. Well, that was the
Mm-hmm.
same day the store closed down.
No shit.
So we closed down the store, or we were there helping out to close it down. Then we got together later on and shot the first batch of reviews, and then I went home and started the channel and uploaded the first few that I wanted to that day.
Wow. That was 2011. That was pretty late for a video store to still be open.
Yeah, it did hang
Were a
on.
lot already closed down by that point, or?
Well,
Well,
the owner actually had two that while I was there. I was there from 07 to 11, and the owner had two when I started and closed down one while I was there.
oh man.
So,
And when you got hired there, you said 2007.
yeah.
Did you know that, like, you probably already saw that this was going to end in a couple of years?
I figured that I'd probably be there until the place closed. Yeah, we didn't know when. I mean, I honestly I was probably surprised it went till 2011.
Did you work at a video store before that?
Yeah, I worked at one before that. I got canned for not meeting the unmeetable sales goals.
It was a corporate one, like Blockbuster.
Yeah, it was movie gallery.
Oh shit! Did you like working there before they started getting all corporate on you? Like, was that a decent job?
I did. I really did, because like especially in the winter and Friday nights, people would just flood to the video store in a blizzard because they were going to be snowed in all weekend, and you'd have a busy shift and the time would go so fast. And I did like it. I mean, even in spite of the corporate aspect of it.
Sure, it's still better than any fucking job you could ever get now.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
you were working at a job surrounded by stuff you loved, right? Like movies, and you got to talk about them to people all the time. I'd imagine, like customers, and right, like. Is that half your job, like recommending and talk about movies to people?
I try not to recommend them because my taste is so goofy that a lot of times I'd recommend stuff and people wouldn't like them. So I stopped recommending stuff, but you could definitely talk movies and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that must have been cool. Were there times where you're the only one working at the store?
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Oh, those are cool, because I used to work at Subway when I was in high school. And when I worked at Subway, like there were like slow Sundays where I was like pretty much every Sunday, because it was slow, I would work alone, or like sometimes on a weekday night, like I'd be working alone, and yeah, it'd be cool. It's kind of cool. I mean, it sucks too because you don't have anyone to talk to, but it's also cool because you can just, you know what I mean? It means you can just chill out. I don't know about you. I would just chill out in the back. I would just sit there and whatever.
Yeah, I definitely preferred, not necessarily being alone, but, being, because when I started Movie Gallery, I was just a peon, but then I became a key holder, and,
Interesting.
So then, I was okay working with someone else if they weren't a manager, like it was just another peon.
Now, let me ask you this. After 2011, have you ever worked at a movie theater? Because I mean, that was gonna at least last a while.
Yeah, I actually applied at movie theaters. I never got called for an interview, but
Really, you would think that they would be like, "Oh, we're hiring this guy. He worked at a video store."
Yeah, well, a lot of them, I can't remember if I applied at corporate movie theaters, but a lot of them corporate places had them fucking tests that screened people out. Them whatever,
Hmm.
I don't know what they call them, like the personalities.
Personality bullshit test. Yeah.
So since I've got a brain, I probably didn't pass that.
God, that sucks. I'm sure you would have. I'm sure you would have. I don't know if you would have liked it as much as the movie store, but I'm sure you would have preferred working at a movie theater over some of the other jobs you probably had to have.
Yeah, I guess I'll never know, because I'll never.
Especially now, they're probably closing down.
Yeah, but I'm grateful that I got to work at video stores, because I think it would have been better than a movie theater. Because what do you do at a movie theater? Just clean up the theater, sell
Yeah,
concessions. I mean,
yeah. I mean, yeah. You're either making popcorn and doing that stuff, which I don't think would be a bad job, or like you said, you're cleaning up the theater, or yeah, I don't know if those guys do like I'd imagine like I would say like you could be the guy doing the projector, but like is that your only job or is that just oh you do projectors and you clean as well? Like you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
do they have one guy that only checks projectors? I mean, you know what I mean? I'd imagine if you cared about that job, you probably would just have one person focusing on that because that's a lot of theaters you have to be setting up projectors for, and you know what I mean, and yada yada, right? But I don't know.
yeah. Like I say, I'll never know
You'll
what the
never know.
theater thing was like.
um, yeah, because you can at least be able to see new movies, and I don't know. I would rather work in a theater than most other jobs, but I've never worked in one either. So, yeah, it's a shame. Like you said, that those days are pretty much coming to an end now. The theater jobs. So even that's our time is very short on those. So
Yeah, and good luck getting a job at a streaming website.
I wouldn't even want to. I wouldn't even care. Yeah, I guess the only job left is if you could find a way to either help make movies for these shitty companies or make your own or something. I mean, I guess people are still going to be making movies, but I don't know. It's yeah. This is getting old. I guess this is part of getting old. Like because I guess every old person that they all had shit that they lost that they miss. You know what I mean about their lives in the past. You know.
Yeah, it's just the never-ending cycle of have and lose.
Yeah, because I'm sure. Yeah, do you remember growing up, like when you were a kid? Do you remember hearing like uncles and older people like bitching about the how things were better in their day? Like I remember, I don't you remember hearing that? Just feel like, oh god,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and then as a kid, you'd think, "Oh God, what an old
yeah,
fogey."
yeah, yeah. Oh god, are you like? Oh god, are you serious? Like I used to think like, dude, come on, it's so much better now. Which in some ways it was though, to be fair, but I don't know if kids are like that anymore though. Like I don't know when an old person like us starts bitching about shit now. I don't think kids are like disagreeing like they used to be because I think they're starting to be like, yeah, I think you're right, Grandpa. My time sucks.
Well, it's surprising. There's actually quite a few videos on YouTube where like 20 somethings and teenagers are listening to and enjoying
Yeah, old
old
stuff. Like
music.
yeah, yeah, the music, the movies. Just like no, dude, like you can clearly see that it's a lot better back then. That there wasn't you know what I mean yeah, uh video games, all the above. It's like it's we've gone past. Yeah, things aren't getting better. I mean, it's just things are getting worse for everything. So it's yeah, because you got to imagine those old people. I guess eventually they got stuck in their ways, but I feel like they still had shit that was getting better. You know what I mean?
No, not really.
No, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends. If you don't even like, I guess if you're old enough, like you probably didn't even like any technology. If you're talking like you could probably have an old guy in like what the 1950s being like, dude, fuck all these cars. I remember when I got to ride my horse.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a line in Jaws where that one guy was like, talking, making fun of the thought of electric toothbrushes.
I still think it's electric toothbrush. Like, who gives a shit? I use a regular toothbrush.
But you can imagine
Um,
what people thought of electric toothbrush in the early 70s. I mean, how pathetic that sounded. They're probably so stupid back then too.
Probably who was so stupid? The what? The
No,
thought of
electric toothbrushes probably were pathetic in the early 70s.
oh yeah, who know? Yeah, or what do you think they thought of the idea of even like a phone that they carried around all the time? You think they probably laughed at that? Like, why do you need that?
Yeah. Well, they'd probably think it'd be handy for emergencies, but that's it, you
That's
know.
it. That's all. That's yeah. You're right. That's all I thought of it as too. Even when I was a kid, like, oh, that's handy for emergencies. That's about yeah. Like you could yeah. It's a great thing for emergencies. But other than that, like it's like yeah. Here, son. Take the phone in case something happens. You can call me. You know what I mean? Like for safety. But other than that, like yeah, no, it's not good. Um, but then I don't know. I thought the early days of the internet were really cool though. Before all like when the internet was in the wild wild west, when you could just say whatever you wanted and like just I don't know talk to people from anywhere around the world. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I hear you.
And then it turned into this fucking nightmare. I mean, because it was such a cool idea and it was really cool before they stepped in and regulated it and did what they did with everything, fucking ruin it.
Oh well.
Um, but I mean, then again, we're arguing that we're literally talking over the internet, broadcasting on a show. So, uh, like this is Summerhill's leaving. He says, "Gotta get going. Take care, guys."
Thanks for showing up, Summerhill. If you ever want a Skype call in the future, let us know.
Yeah, download the app. All right, you probably ending the show now. I imagine it's probably no one left.
Well, yeah, it's probably getting towards that time. It's 4 hours and 10 minutes in here.
Wow, wow. What yeah, I came on later though. I came on like halfway through, I think.
Well, it might have
Right?
just been like 20 minutes into it, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you still have two watching, but that one could be me. I don't know if YouTube still counts me.
Well, if you're on there,
Um,
I'm sure it does. I see on my little counter here, we've been talking for 3 hours and 14 minutes.
okay. Yeah, so about an hour, a little over an hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. You didn't show up until okay.
Did you were older than me, so when the internet came out, like dial up, what were your thoughts on it? Were you
I
like
was actually anti-internet when my mom got it. She got it and she was all like, "Oh, it's so great." And I was like, I was anti-internet until I realized you could type boobs in the search.
and you're like, hell yeah.
So then I warmed up to internet a little more and
Gotcha. Yeah. Wow, it's funny. You had dial up when you first got it, or did you got it when it was cable?
yeah, I got it when it was still dial up.
Yeah, I remember dial up. That was talk about slow. Just sitting there waiting to dial into the internet, like, and then someone would be on the phone. Get off the internet! I need to call someone. Remember that? Like, because we didn't have like two separate phone lines like most people. Like, did you have a separate phone line for your internet? Like, or
No,
did you use your house phone?
yeah,
Yeah.
just one line.
Or yeah, remember calling someone's house and you knew they were on the internet because like the call wouldn't go. They would make that noise like that they were on the internet, like call wouldn't go through.
Was it a different noise than just busy?
Yeah, yeah. I remember. Yeah, I remember knowing they were on the internet because it was like, or maybe it was just a busy tone. I don't remember. I thought it was like a little different of a sound. I felt like you could tell they were on the internet, but I don't. It's been so long.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it was just a regular busy sound, but yeah. But I feel like you would know because wouldn't it still ring? Like, didn't we have call waiting back then? Like, didn't it still ring? I don't know.
Well,
Call waiting's been out for a while.
Call waiting existed back then, but we never had it.
Okay. Yeah, you had to pay for that shit. I forgot. Like, you had to actually pay for those.
Yeah, we didn't pay for any of that crap.
Call waiting wasn't a bad feature though, especially. But yeah, I hear you. Now it's just.
Well, when you don't know anyone, you don't need call waiting.
That's true. I don't even need a phone. Like, I just use the internet. Like, I don't even know why I have a phone sometimes. Like, I don't as a phone. Like, I use it just use it as for the internet. Like I don't like really talk to many people. I don't even get calls really. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I don't
Yeah,
even know
what
why.
would you say you do most with the phone?
Like shit I'm doing now. Like I'll talk to people on the internet.
Okay.
Like I'll talk to people that I talk to on the internet on the phone, or I use the phone like I used to use. Yeah, when I used to go places, I used to use the GPS on the phone.
Oh, okay.
I bought my Regal ticket. Well, I didn't buy I had the Regal. I told you I had the Regal movie ticket gift coupon or whatever, like the free ticket. But I still had to put it into my phone to redeem my ticket. So I use my phone for that. I go to the scan my stupid little thing to get my ticket at the movie theater. Shit like that. Like when they force you to, or it makes your life easier, I guess. Or I said if I'm out and about and I'm bored, I'll browse something on my phone. Like it is nice having the stupid smartphone when you're waiting for someone. You know what I mean? Or you're trying to kill time in public. You know. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I find it useful if you're like at like if I go to Half Price and I see what a DVD costs, what they want for it, then
Yeah,
I can
that's
see
that
what it
too.
costs
Compare
new.
price.
Yeah.
Yeah, comparing prices. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a decent. Well, I also like having the phone for the camera too. You know what I mean? I'll snap photos and stuff. You know what I mean? I like
Yep.
doing that.
Yep.
Like I like even I'll snap photos like a quick photo sometimes just for a memory. I won't even do it because I'll just be like, you know what? This is a nice day. I want to remember something of this day. So I'll just take a photo of wherever I was and just I'll be able to look back and be like, oh, I remember that day. You know what I mean?
Yep, I do.
So I really like that. That's probably my favorite thing about the stupid smartphone is just the camera. I use that probably the most.
Yeah, people just take it for granted now having a pretty good quality phone in their pocket.
Quality phone or camera?
Oh yeah, camera rather. Yep, quality
No,
camera in
well,
their pocket.
you could argue also quality computer in your pocket. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, or video camera.
video camera, but also like quality computer. I mean, again, I could probably live without the having computer in my pocket, but having the camera is nice.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me how they still. I can't believe they can still sell because they still sell like them point and shoot cheap cameras. And isn't that something? How they can still sell those at all when
I
everyone's.
don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know why you would.
I wonder who buys them. I mean, I'm not talking about the good cameras, just
Yeah.
the $90 point and shoot cameras.
I don't. I can understand like the GoPros and shit. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I can't see how they can still sell. There's still a market for them point and shoot like $100 digital cameras.
Well, maybe if you're like making vlogs and you want a better battery life, it don't those point and shoots still have like a better zoom in feature? Because the phones don't have. They still have the digital zoom, which I don't really like. You know what I mean? Like, don't those point and shoots still have like an optical zoom so you don't lose quality when you
Yeah, I
zoom in on
suppose
something?
to a certain
It's about
extent.
yeah, to a certain extent, yeah. Or yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense, especially when you're talking like $90 range. It's like the quality's probably gonna be shittier than your phone. You know,
Yeah.
like it's a $90 phone. It's probably has better fucking camera on it at this point. Realistically, but but yeah, you're talking $200 range. I can start to see why you'd want a camera.
Yeah.
Because $300 camera, you start to get a really nice camera. Especially if you get one of those like. Can you get one of those like Canon Rebels for like $300? Those like baseline DSLR or whatever they're called.
Yeah, I haven't been in the market for years, so I don't know what the cheapest ones go for, but maybe
Yeah,
300 or 400.
yeah, and they're like, ooh, almost. I mean, honestly, if you shoot it right, I've seen with those Canon. I think it's like the base Rebel. I think it's called. It's Rebel something. But yeah, I've seen people shoot with those things, and it's like it's pretty close. It's like a little bit worse than a cinematic movie, but I mean, not much. Like right, pretty close. I mean, very cinematic, really good footage. I mean, probably all you'd ever need for shooting even your own movie.
A lot of people, a lot of independents are using those to shoot movies now because of the lenses they have on them are basically really good.
Yeah, yeah, yep, exactly, yep. And then you could still swap out lenses. I think on that cheap. I mean, whatever, the $300 Canon. I think you could swap out lenses and get
Yep.
wide angle ones, and you could buy a better lens if you wanted to. And again, when I look at the quality, I'm like, yeah, is it as good as the $10,000 one? No, but is it like it's not like is the one that's 10,000 worth 10,000 over the $300 one? I don't think so.
No.
Not even like it because you're like splitting hairs by that point. It's like, well, I could buy like 5 of these and still have more money saved than one of those cameras.
Yep.
So that's what's really sad. It's like we have more tools to make movies than ever for cheap. I mean, a little 10-year-old kid can make a movie now that looks better than a Hollywood movie did 20 years ago. But it's like, but then on the same side, it's like we have movies suck now more than ever. Is that really? Shouldn't it be the opposite? Oh, more people can make movies now. More people can get into directing and filming and video editing. So logically, you would think that like, well, the talent's going to be out of this world. You're going to have way more people into this, and it's just going to be, you know what I mean? Like, oh shit. That's what I'm saying. It's definitely done on purpose. Holly weird. They're not taking the best of the best to make these movies.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
But like I said, hopefully the only positive I could think of is hopefully people just start to make their own independent studios. Because I think we're at the point now where Hollywood is just shit. Everyone knows it's shit. And people are just looking for alternatives now, Like I know I am. Like I don't, so because you don't need that much money as much as you did to make a movie like you used to,
Yep.
Like you made your early movies in what, like the 90s?
Well, I mean, the quality sucks compared to the quality now, but yeah, I mean,
Oh, I'm saying, but I was gonna ask you, how did you edit your videos back in the
oh, it
90s?
was horrible back then, but
Yeah.
it was just connecting a VCR to another VCR, and
Like how would you make a cut? Like how did that work? Was it done on was there a program for that, or was it literally done on the VCR?
no, I mean, back when I was doing it, it wasn't on a computer, so it was 2 VCRs connected. One of it inputs the footage, and the other one's recording. And after a while, you get to know the timing of how long after you press record the thing. It's really, yeah, it sounds really archaic, but yeah, I mean, I don't even know how much you've even used a VCR. How much have you've used a VCR, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You must have you recorded with the VCR?
I've recorded movies that were like on TV.
Yeah, so basically, the more you use the record feature and stuff, the more you get the sense of the timing, because there's obviously a lag after you press record to. Well, what I'd do is you'd press record and then pause, and then
Yeah.
you'd get your cue your footage up, you'd play it, and then you'd as the moment you'd want to happen, to the shot you'd want to cut into was approaching, you'd have to get that timing right with the.
Sounds like a nightmare.
It was.
And then forget about any effects put onto it.
Yeah, I mean,
fact,
every time
you do now.
every time you do something to it, you're degrading the image quality. By the time it's done, you can't even see it.
Jeez. And then what about, like you said, you're not able to even do what, like a transition, like a fade or fade out?
The only way you'd do a transition back in the 90s was if you had it built into the video camera, where you'd have it.
Gotcha.
It could start with with a fade in when you pressed record, or it could end with a fade out when you press stop.
Wow. Yeah, I'm saying that's how nice it is now. Like with these digital video editing, it's just you do all sorts of crazy shit.
Kids have no idea how well they have it now. And when I got the first video editing program, I just could not believe. It's like, oh my God, because for years and years and years, I dreamt about being able to cut down, being able to make edits as specific as the frame. And that was something that I never thought I'd be able to do. And it was just like, oh my God.
Oh yeah. And now it's like easiest thing in the world to make your own green screen and add in text, all sorts of effects right in the after the fact. Now now you can make your own CGI. Like literally, you can make your own CGI. You have the program right at your. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the tools are so much better now to make movies and videos.
Yeah, I mean, the kids have no idea how good they got it with the video editing.
I remember I was growing when I started learning guitar. I was 12, so that was like 2001. Yeah, like 2001. So things were, technology speaking, like all across the board were, that was the era of PS2 starting out. So digitally speaking, things were really starting to pop off. Don't you remember, like in the early 2000s?
Yep.
Because so I started playing guitar right when a lot of digital stuff was coming out for guitars, like effects and stuff that they had them before, that they were so much more expensive. You know what I mean? And it was like they were starting to come down in price, and they were kind of still shitty. Like they weren't as good as they are now, the digital effects and all that other stuff. But I thought that was kind of a cool, interesting era, like getting into guitar, because I was like when they were really pushing, like the cheaper digital effects you could buy for your guitar, and same with the amps and stuff. Like amps used to be, at one point, guitar amps were nothing but tube amps.
I know nothing about guitars.
You don't know anything about stuff. Oh man, but yeah, it's I was gonna say but I feel like as a guitar player, you always had it pretty decent, even in the '80s. Like, yeah, you didn't have all this cheap, crazy shit, but you also had electric guitars, and you had what you needed, and it sounded good, and it was great. I mean, we were making really good music in the '60s and '70s. I would say though, for recording music, same thing. Like recording music back then, fucking pain in the ass. You know what I mean? Like you didn't have, like once everything went digital, it was so much easier. You could record your own stuff now, way easier with way high quality.
Yeah, I'm more of a advocate for digital audio recording more than like digital movie making, because I think digital movies just look so much worse than 35 millimeter film movies.
Why do you think you lose something in the digital? Like
the digital is so like soulless and just cold and calculated. Yeah, I mean, digital can look good, but in general, it's just too clean for me, crisp. That's just me, growing up in just watching nothing but movies shot on film. I mean, it's just
right.
generational preference.
Yeah, I personally don't have a preference for film. I just care if it looks good. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I can see what you mean, but to me, I guess I grew up on digital, so it doesn't really bother me as much.
Generational preference, yeah.
And then also the film. Didn't back then, or when you shot on 35, when they would edit, I mean, wouldn't they literally be taping up and splicing the film?
Like, yeah, that's how they used to cut stuff before, pretty much.
Literally cut it with a razor, right? Like cut it with a razor, tape it, right? Like, I mean,
from what I understand, that's how they cut stuff before computers. Yeah.
Can you imagine being in a room just cutting up? Because you think the using your VCR was bad. Can you imagine having to take the film out like every frame and sit there and cut it? Well, at least you get your frame by frame editing, though.
Right. At least you get the precision editing.
Yeah, which you would have to do to get with the movies that they made.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were still doing. Oh man, yeah, it's crazy the stuff they used to have to do just to make a movie.
Yeah.
Or anything when it was on film and there was no computers to do any editing. Oh yeah, but that kind of goes for everything though. Computers have made doing almost any work so much easier. You know what I mean?
I do.
Like even programming a computer is easier because of computers. You get what I'm saying? Like the earlier computer programmers, before they had the software that would actually make programming easy, it was a fucking pain in the ass compared to now.
Yeah, programs install themselves.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, half of what you're doing isn't even. It's the computer compiling most of it for you. You're so much further out of the process of what it used to be. And I'm not a computer programmer. I know like very basic stuff about it, but everything is just been made easier with these computers basically and processing and
Yeah, there are advantages to it. I probably got to head out, man. I'm dead.
All right, yeah. All right, I'll talk to you later. It was good having me on. Oh, it was nice being on. I don't know if it was good having me on.
Well, we'd
It
have to
was
get
nice
other
being on.
people's input on that one. Ha 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 ha
Yeah.
ha.
All right, I'll talk to you later. See you
Thanks a
later.
lot, man. We'll see you.
All right, bye bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. Well, everyone after the fact, that is, since no one's here now. This is probably the longest show ever, basically 4.5 hours. I am dead meat. So we will leave it there. Thanks for listening, most of you after the fact. See you next time.